Yeah, yeah, yeah. So many lies that you hear from the net, they don't get her respect. She reporting the truth, not a check. You want an unbiased opinion straight from the chest, not a bit accomplice or someone here for a check. Tune in, these are thoughts from a lawyer on a mission who goes so hard it's like she works on commission. Trolls in the comments might say she tripping cause they lack the knowledge, they don't know they missing. Got a couple current events that you like, wanna know about law from the eyes. Tired of all these blogs running lies because their agendas are disguised. Tune in to the intellect, cause I'm sure y'all missing all the facts of the case that she steady is gifted. Someone here for the people, man, it's so uplifting. If you ain't subscribed yet, then you just omitting facts.
Hello, everyone, and happy Friday. It is Pam Esquire, also known as Your Law Intellect. I'm so glad that you are spending your Friday with me. As you all know, we have been covering Sean Diddy Combs' trial, and we had to leave a little abruptly yesterday because my daughter said she was hungry, and even though she loved, y'all on YouTube, she's like, listen, lady, I come first. So we didn't finish when Jane Doe, or her name there, she's going by the pseudo name Mia, she's testified as to alleged essays. And so we're going to go over that part. Brian Steele right now is conducting cross-examination on Mia. You know, every time these witnesses take the stand, I don't know, I keep going back to that indictment because I'm like, so for those of you that don't know, Sean Combs is accused of, there's two victims of which he's accused of essay. Now, they mentioned three victims in the indictment. One of them they say is up out of here. They can't find, and people alleged it is Gina. But there were two counts of ex trafficking from two different victims, alleged victims, and two different ex trafficking from two different prostitution from two alleged victims. So I believe, based on the testimony, what Mia is trying to, what they're trying to elicit from her is to help cover the racketeering, the predicate acts for the racketeering, which would be forced labor. Now, what's been interesting to me, and I'm pretty sure the defense did multiple motion in limines to try to prevent some of this information from coming in, especially these alleged sexual assaults, because none of his predicate acts have to do with actual RAPing anyone. So it's going to be very interesting. I think some of this stuff is just setting up for appeals. If he doesn't, when you add in other bad acts, which is 403, and I'm just pondering with you guys right now. But when I look at like Harvey Weinstein, even though I think that was a state case, why did Harvey Weinstein's get overturned? When you look at Bill Cosby, again, a lot of these, even though they're state cases, it was having too much 403 other bad acts in there that they weren't actually charged with. And I'm thinking the government is making it as if you're RAPing somebody, it's coercion. I don't know, but I think when you throw too much in there, and it just seems like they're kind of muddying it, then you set it up for appeals that your people just, I think by the video they didn't like Diddy anyway. But then you add all of this on top of it, it can, they can say it's prejudicial. But that's exactly why Weinstein is being retried. So that kind of clicked in my head when it came to her, but hey. But anyway, good to see each and every one of y'all. Y'all keep saying he gonna get a pardon. Why you say that? Why you think he's gonna get a pardon, huh? They had uncharged acts in R. Kelly's as well. I'm sure they did. And I think his attorney was talking about taking it to the Supreme Court. Like I said, from the federal, maybe they get away with a little bit more than state with that. And you can have other bad acts. I'm not saying you can't. It's when you start making it where you're almost talking about the other bad acts that's not charged more than you're talking about what's charged. That becomes the problem. But it's just going to be interesting. I think that's why there's a lot of objections. I have to look back at their motion in limines and see other things they were trying to keep out that was in. But you always have to keep that in mind when you start muddying up your case and adding a bunch of facts that ain't necessarily needed, I guess, for your case. But yeah. You said he's Trump's kind of people. All y'all think he about to get fired by Trump. You said Trump will 100%. Not 99.9. You're not even gonna leave the room for error. You said 100%. Hey, Peanut said it. Power Dynamics said he's Trump's kind of people. Jay Over said because him and the president share a lot of things, and I'm sure have shared a lot of things. It goes in line. He got enough money for it. So according to Anne Marie, I think her last name is Johnson. She is the SAR of the pardons. According to her, when she did an interview about pardoning Larry Hoover, she said that it crosses her desk first, and then she's the one that presents it to the president. So that stuff is almost basically she has control. I mean, she has attorneys on the case that looks at it. So like with Larry Hoover, what she said was he was in solitary confinement for 30 years. Now, the thing about that case is he has a state case as well that was running concurrent. And it was like 150 to 200 years or something like that in prison. So now what she's doing is they're trying to get the governor to pardon him so he can for real get out. But from my understanding, what the state is doing is they're actually petitioning the court to make him have to stay and serve out his sentence in federal court for a state sentence, because obviously, for those that don't know who he is like accused of for real, like a lot of murking and things like that. And so they think it'll be dangerous to allow him in state. They don't care how old he is. They don't care if he's been in there for 45, 50 years. They don't care. They still feel like he probably has the same connections and whatnot. But yeah, Trump is doing some very controversial pardons. And I think that a lot of it is he's showing he don't really care. Like, he's not politically correct. He doesn't go by the book. That's kind of how he does a lot of his decision making. It's not your average political scientist who knows a lot about politics. He does things according to what he wants to do them to. I don't even think there's a method to how he comes up with a lot of his stuff. Yeah. Diddy's Baby Oil said, I'm so glad you explained the Larry Hoover situation because I was confused. Why pardon me and I still have a state sentence of 200 years? Yeah. I did not know he was in solitary confinement that long, but yeah, I don't agree with solitary confinement like that, because I've had clients that's been in there for 20 days and they come out and you got to get them back into normalcy, because basically you start talking to the bugs in there because you have no contact. And that's how I was in Angola. For those that are familiar with the Angola prison in Louisiana, they had the longest people in there in solitary confinement. So you have no human contact. They literally just treat you like an animal. And some people think, according to what the crimes are, so they don't care. I'm sure the family members of whatever they was accused that they did don't care. But yeah, it's a mental toll. Obviously, mentally, you're just going to be gone. So yeah, so he had people that were vouching, trying to get him out and all of that, but he's not gonna hit these streets and smell any fresh air unless and until the governor decides to pardon him. So yeah. He said, yes, Angola is terrible. My ex is there and they'll throw you in solitary and yeah. I don't understand why Angola's still up there, but It needs to be prison reform. The problem with this, and this is why my area of law is not very popular. I've done plenty of areas of law. And I still do other areas as well, that pays the bills. But it's not that sexy area. You know what I'm saying? To be like, I think people should be treated like humans in prison, even though they're in prison for being, committing crimes. One of the things a lot of my clients have said is I treat them like a human. It's like, yes, your name is Mr. Smith, unless you tell me otherwise. And they're like, people just, it's like you're just there. And they have guards that tell them, I don't care if you black, they should let y'all fight and kill each other. We don't really care. That just kind of takes away from, you guys are basically destroying your own race type stuff, or giving frozen trays, or being in solitary and forgetting you in there. Like, it's so inhumane in some of these prisons that if you're just a decent human being, and that's what bothers me a lot about Diddy, is I just love people. And so when you just treat people bad for no reason, I just have a problem with it. I don't care what people they are. And there are people in prison who are wrongfully convicted, which is like my concentration. And that's even more horrible. Just imagine your loved one in prison and they didn't do a dang on thing, and they got to be in solitary confinement. Yes, when you get in there, you're going to do some bad things because you got to go and blend in with the culture. When in Rome, you act like the Romans. And some people get in there and they got to do what they got to do to survive. But if you go in there at 17 or 18 years old for something you didn't do, and then you get a lot of tickets because of it, I don't tell my clients go in there and be bad. You know what I'm saying? Do the best that you can, but it is a different culture. So just imagine going in there and you didn't do anything. So that is why I am a stickler, as you guys know. I don't care if I don't like you as a person. I feel like the thing that gets me about Diddy specifically is, to me, he always showed who he was. Like, it wasn't a secret. He was on the Breakfast Club. He basically said, if you get in a relationship with me, it's gonna be 25%. I'm gonna be on my up, you know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. But 75% of the time, you're gonna feel like a queen. Like, he's talked about his toxicity in relationships. Then when you look at these shows like this one, let me pull up the he had a show in like 2008, I Want to Work for Diddy, where they all was competing to be his assistant. And they was doing all this crazy stuff, like, well, you'll do anything to work for Diddy. And people was going out showing the things they would do when it was a competition on trying to be his assistant. It was like, are we gonna act like we ain't know that Diddy was like? And then with Lorianne, like I said, everybody wasn't. When people are like, people don't understand why people didn't do anything. I'm like, some people did like let them know, I'm not scared of you. She was like, I'm not scared of you. But when you look at this, so this was I think this was 2007, but they updated it or whatever. So they're like, Sean Diddy Combs, top choreographer who took a star turn on the rap mogul's MTV reality show, Making the Band, has accused him of threatening her with a chair during a heated argument that ended their partnership. Lori Ann Gibson filed a complaint with the NYPD claiming Diddy picked up a chair and menaced her with it during an argument over the lackluster performance of the TV show's latest group of contestants. Sources close to Diddy denied he grabbed the chair, and they insisted the argument was part of the theatrics of the TV show and that Gibson overreacted. Diddy's lawyer simply rejected the allegations. This is just another example of a false accusation by someone trying to take advantage of Sean's success and celebrity status, said attorney Benjamin Braffman. While Gibson's lawyer said cops were still probing the incident, an NYPD spokesperson said Manhattan detectives investigated the allegations and found no criminality and closed the case. In the complaint filed with Manhattan cops May 11th, Gibson said she got into a heated argument with Diddy and celebrity judge Michael Bivins during the April 25th filming of the MTV show at a branch of New York Sports Club in Greenwich Village. Gibson said the two men started yelling and cursing at her when she told them the dancers had been given only a day to practice in order to see what they would do in a crunch. Bivens then allegedly grabbed her while Diddy picked up a chair and threatened her. She says she broke free, tried to run, and Bivens allegedly grabbed her once again. So we gonna need Bivens. Like, why you ain't coming to the front? Like, then she left, the complaint stated. So this is all in a police complaint. Sources said Diddy fired her during the angry exchange and at one point yelled for the MTV cameras to be shut off. Now, he just told her she could leave. I don't think he had the authority to fire her because she's on contract with MTV, but oh well. She is the inspiration for the contestants, and she has worked with Sean Combs for more than 10 years. That's why this was unexpected, Gibson's lawyer, Peter Tumbesky, said. So she may not have experienced this with him because as soon as it happened, she went straight to the NYPD on him acting like he wanted to hit her with a chair. So I'm gonna assume she ain't really have no type of for real physical stuff with him because she immediately went and was like, yeah, no, I'm not the one or the two. And so Tombesky said the dancer's contract is with MTV and Combs does not have the power to fire her. Tombesky also said the NYPD was still trying to get copies of the footage that MTV shot during the dispute. So did MTV keep the copies or something? Making a Band follows Diddy as he attempts to launch new music groups. The upcoming season focuses on the creation of an all-male band. Filming of the finale has been delayed because of the dispute. Puffy and I, we have such an amazing relationship, Gibson gushed in a February interview about the show with the Detroit Free Press. He said, Lorianne, you need to do this show. People need to see what you do and who you are. He said, trust me, just do it. This was May 19, 2007. So this may have even been before he even got with Cassie. This dude been showing how he was for years with his temper. His name is Puffy, and they say it's based on his temper. So a lot of this stuff, like the details are very shocking, like who can treat people like that and all of that. But it's like, did we not know he had a temper already or he treated people like trash? I'm just saying. Good to see you. Lisa said, how do feds white people go back 20 to 30 years and use it against Diddy? Seems crazy. Deborah said he demands respect and gives none. Yeah, because the position he in, if you got people competing, how big is that for your ego that you got people competing and fighting to be your assistant? Like they're dancing in the streets. They're asking people, what will you do to work for Diddy? And they got one chick, I remember she was taking her little eyelashes off, like poking them off, not no fake ones. Somebody else was doing like wax and like on cameras. Like they were just doing, like this lady was doing a video of what people will do just to work for Diddy. Tai said, crazy Puffy never met the right one. Exactly. Auntie Gigi said the Givens looked afraid when the diddler started cutting up. She probably was shocked. Like, what? Because that's what she's saying. She never really went through this. And she probably, the fact she went and filed a police report, though, and this was like, this is the type of stuff. But then you have him saying it's theatrics because they are on reality. And we do know that they embellish a little bit to try. Because if it's not drama, people don't watch. So they do embellish a little bit. But eventually, I think they came back together. And allegedly, there was like a settlement. She didn't have to file anything against him. It was a settlement. Ray said Oprah would never. Hey Kelly. All right, let's start getting into what we here for. We done lollygagged a while already. So I'm gonna start with the actual assaults from yesterday, I think. Hold on, let me see if this is the one. No, I think this is the most recent one. Hold on. Make sure you guys hit the like button for your girl. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Subscribe to the channel. So on yesterday when we got off abruptly because Danielle said she was hungry and she not playing those games. She don't care about me being on no live, okay? She said no, she don't care. So we're going to pick up there before we get on there. You know, they're about to go to lunch anyway. So we're going to have some dead space. So we might as well just, start from there. So when they come back, the government said the sexual assaults, when did they occur? Mia said, when I was working for Puff. Where was the first time? The Plaza Hotel in New York for Puff's 40th birthday. Were you his personal assistant? Yes, I've been there only a few months. What rooms did Mr. Combs rent out? The penthouse, party guests and celebrities there. What did Mr. Combs do? He asked to speak to me in the kitchen. And what did he do? He had everyone else clear the room. And what did he say? That they were going to be working closer together. He poured 2 shots of vodka each for his birthday. And what did you do with the shots? I took them. They hit me hard. Usually I could take it easily. So it kind of sounded like she was inferring that maybe it's a bit more, in that vodka, because, or trying to give that type of inference, because why would I usually, it don't bother me, but this one did. My eyes couldn't focus. His face was closed. He put his arm up the side of my dress and he kissed me. Did you want him to? No. Were you able to say no? I was shocked. I froze. I didn't process what was happening. Next thing I knew, it was morning and I was in a chair in the penthouse. How had you looked at him? Like an older adult. He was the boss or the king. What were your expectations? I thought it would never happen again. A huge accident. Were there other times he made you feel uncomfortable actually? Yes, I had to carry bags to his room. Downstairs was Uncle Polly. What did he say to you? Brian still objected as hearsay. They say it's for the effects of the listener and it was overruled. So then she says, I brought the bags. He asked me to pull up something on his computer. He came and sat next to me, leaned over me as if to put his face in the computer like an uncomfortable way. How did you feel? I pretended I had to go to the bathroom. And where were you the next time Mr. Combs actually assaulted you? The Beverly Grove house. I was asleep on the bottom bunk. I wasn't allowed to lock the door. I woke up. There was the weight of a person on me. Who? Puff. It was so fast. He used one hand to get his pants undone. He put himself inside of me. You mean his personal parts inside of you? I just froze. How did you feel? Terrified and confused and ashamed and scared. How long? Very quick. Very quick. Didn't take him long. But it felt like forever. But he wouldn't leave a job unfinished. Is that when it would end? Yes. So I guess until he got what he was trying to get, she's a legend. But it was fast though. It didn't take that long, even though it felt like forever. The next time, the Beverly Crest Hotel, I was on his bedroom closet floor putting things in a bag. Then Puff was in the closet. He had his personal out and grabbed my head. And they said she crying. And put it in. Mr. Combs took his personal parts and out and put it in your mouth. Yes, I was frozen. I didn't do anything. This is what they're saying she's doing. So they say she's sobbing and crying. How did you feel? Like trash, scared and ashamed. How long did it last? It was very fast. Were there other actual assaults? Yes, I have a dark feeling. One time we were flying on a private jet. Everyone was asleep. By the bathroom, there was a bed. I went by and he was standing right there. I tried to make it about other people who might see or hear. It didn't work. And how did you feel? Helpless. I had lost some layer of protection. I wasn't safe, terrified. Do you remember what happened? No. Was Cassie ever there? No. Did you ever want these actual acts with Mr. Combs? No. Did you ever tell him no? I couldn't tell him no about a sandwich or anything. Then he would know that I thought what he was doing was wrong. So she didn't want him to think what he was doing was wrong and he was taking it from her. I didn't want to lose everything I worked so hard for. This was the only world I had anymore. What would happen to your job? I would never work in that industry again. And physically, that I'd be attacked. I don't want to be unalived. He threatened that he would tell Cass that I had something to do with it. And how did you feel? Desperate and trapped. Worst scary situation. I would have done anything. It was my fault. Did you tell anyone? No. I was going to leave this earth with this. She said she was going to take this to the grave. I would be humiliated, never work again. And who would do these things? Puff and all these people. This was way before social media and Me Too. There was this confidentiality. Did others speak up? Kayla Faulkner, not sure of the spelling, so that we might be saying that wrong. Thank you, James Payday Owens, for the Cash App. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. How did you hear? I heard there was an urgent call among film people. What did you hear? Lay some context. Who was on the call? HR, C-suite executives. And what were you told? If she sued, I'd have to testify. So apparently there was somebody else, Kayla, who must have talked, spoke up about it. And she was trying to get some of the people that were employees to come and to testify to what she's saying happened. And it don't sound like they stuck together with it. They just was like, no, if she sued, then I have to testify. I was supposed to say she was drinking and punched me, and that's why she was fired. So I guess she's saying they prepped her that when this lady sued, probably for employment issues, it sounds like, they had a story as to why she was fired. Was that why? No, it was because she complained. When else were you told you have to testify? After Capricorn Clark? Did you have to testify? No. Why didn't you go to the police about Mr. Combs actually harassing you? I didn't even consider it. Bless you. Did you have experience with police? Yes, I was speeding. I hadn't had time to get my license renewed. It was the only time I name dropped. I told her who I worked for, and she said, get him on the phone. I did, and she laughed. Oh, Puff Daddy, I love you. Did you get a ticket? No. So she said she told when she got pulled over for speeding, she was like, Puff Daddy is my employer. I can call him for you. And then she was able to use his name and his clout and his prestige, I guess, to get out of a ticket. Why didn't you tell us at first about the actual assault? So she must not have told them in her original statement. And she decided to tell now. So when they got that document about what she was going to testify to, she must not have put, I told you they have the 3,500 where they let them know what everybody's proposed testimony is going to be. It seems like everybody adds more when they get on the stand. And so the government is trying to impose. Why didn't you tell us at first about the actual assault? Probably because they know the defense is gonna come in like, you never said that when you was talking to the government, did you? So they're getting ahead of it. It's the most shameful thing of my life. Did you get a lawyer for this testimony? Yes. Did you speak about these sexual assaults before or after you got the lawyer? After. So she got a lawyer and then she said, "Oh, I was sexually assaulted too," probably after the Cassie lawsuit, like how most of the lawsuits came out. Do you want to be talking about these sexual assaults? No, it's traumatizing. Why are you here today? The judge is like, "You asked that." We'll break now. We'll see y'all tomorrow, jurors. So then the jurors leave, and then there's discussion on, I guess, Agnifilo is like, the government sent us a letter at 11 p.m. last night about changes to the direct case with fewer witnesses. It might make our case longer. And the judge is like, "That's vague. Like, are you saying that you think we're going to be longer than what we said, the 8 weeks?" Agnifilo said, "I still see the 4th of July. So they think they're about to, before they was going to do a week, put on a week of a case, they may do more than a week now, since the government is knocking witnesses off. So then the judge adjourned it. So that was yesterday's um, situation. And somebody was in my chat too, like saying that everybody wants to believe this lady because she's white, but all the ones before that said they had these issues, everybody was like, "Why didn't you leave? Why didn't you do?" I'm like, what live are y'all looking at? Because it's the same questions, I think, for everybody that goes, that goes on the stand. We try to assess and weigh both sides. I've never like said, "Oh, the black people we dragging." I assume they talking about Cassie and questioning her. But with the white, everybody's like, "Oh my God, I can't believe this happened to her." But apparently, these actual allegations is something that was she decided to share after she had already talked to the government. So she was more so, like I said, and this is why reading that, and I hadn't read it before, but like reading that lets you know she was supposed to be forced labor, no sleep, getting paid $50,000, being elevated to different, being elevated within, but not really making more money, even though she was being elevated, that type of stuff. And so now they've added the actual assaults while she's on the stand. This is what I'm talking about. This goes to such bad acts and conduct. I'm sure they probably objected to it when they found out that's what she was going to say. But yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah. And Max said there's absolutely no gray areas or blurred lines with Mia. She was there totally in the capacity as an employee. Race doesn't matter. Well, I need you to go on my chat and tell them people on the replay. Sometimes I think people just want to argue with me because there is this crazy impression that my whole life is arguing. Everything they want to debate. Everybody want to debate with whatever I say. And I get paid for it. So I don't be trying to debate for free. You know what I'm saying? And I'm an advocate and I'm a zealous advocate. That's the difference. I don't just argue. Ain't no arguing in my house. Like it ain't none of that. So it's like, no, I don't just argue just like, "Ooh, let me argue so I could be the winner." Like, no, I don't just wake up like that. I was trained to advocate for people. And it's not like we arguing like that. They're giving their points. I'm giving my points. We give our case law and we go, and the judges may fire questions at us like, "What about that case? What about that case? What about this? What about that?" You got to know your law, and that's what it is. Like, I don't just go around like, let me just go debate with people. But you said, and why you say that? It's a shame you a black woman and you just go against black women. It's a shame you victim shame. That's why that stuff irritates me, because it's like, what are you even talking about right now? Right? It's just that you say so. I really don't, Ray. I don't like wake up like, who can I argue with today? No, I don't. Unless I have a court hearing. That's it. All right, let's go on to today's stuff. But yeah, they be trying me sometimes. Let's see if this is the one. That's the same one I just did. So let me not do that one. So there were some charts that were we talked about what the charts are that the government, I guess, is going to try to enter in. And the purpose is to make it easier because it's so much information for the government to be able to concisely put everything together. And I explained how they do the charts and stuff in federal court. And so it looks like they're going over some objections or whatever to the charts and stuff before anything happens. Um Mia is back. Apparently, the government never ended, which again is interesting to me how the government never even finished their case yesterday. But then they said we want her finished up by the end of Friday. Like, how you gonna say that? And then the defense has to take as long as they have to. This man's life is on the line. Like literally with racketeering and the ex trafficking, those are the main ones. Okay, if he could beat them cases, he'd be all right. Like they just threw prostitution for good measure. He probably handle that. But those two, he'll be sitting down for till people forget he exists, except his family. So you can't like rush that type of defense. Now, if he go and he's found guilty, then it is what it is. But I'm just saying it shouldn't be because you cut the time off or you trying to cut off how long they can do your your witnesses. I understand Cassie. They knew she would be the longest witness because she's actually victim number one when it comes to ex trafficking and prostitution. But and she was pregnant. So I totally get that. Like she just had her baby, what, about a week or so after her testimony. So they were cutting it close. And yeah. So anyway, let's go on. We are continuing with Mia. So the government said, did you call the other employee's family? Didn't I say that yesterday? I was like, he created a family environment where it kind of was what happens in the house stays in the house, which is a Black community thing. Why you have uncles who have been touching kids for decades, you have grandpas who've been doing things, and they try to keep it in house. So you got all this trauma and people in therapy because of all the things people have seen, and that's kind of like a Black cultural thing. Okay, I think it's in a lot of families. I haven't met one Black family that haven't said what happens in this house stays in this house, where you don't go on the outside and tell people about what's happening on the inside. If mom and daddy is fighting, don't nobody supposed to know that y'all swinging on each other. Like that's kind of what it was. And so he created this family environment. So when it was dysfunctional, like it was just he almost had like it was a certain type. You couldn't get like a Lorianne Gibson to be in this environment. There's a certain type that you needed to comply and conform. Then it's like Diddy said, probably a large bulk of time they may have had fun and he did right by them to a degree. But then you had that 25% of toxicity where he was just treating you like trash. And you were supposed to be like, that's how Diddy is. And that's another issue in our community where it's always like, oh, that's how they are. No, that's not acceptable. I don't care. It's time for them to change. This is why they're still the same person, because we pacify them and we qualify it by that's how they are. No, that's not okay. Like who said, and and I know it happens because when I was out there dating, that's what you dealt with. It was like you just oh yeah, you talk to their family. Oh, that's how they been for years. Oh no, well, yeah, I'm not that girl. And what type of friends or family are you to allow somebody out here that are basically operating in toxicity and dysfunction, and you're just gonna say, oh, that's just how they are. We just accept it. We accept that every Thanksgiving everybody fighting, and then we just love each other the next week. Because there are families exactly how people they're depicting it in this lawsuit, how a lot of these witnesses are depicting it. There are families that are just like this. And so, yeah. Did you call the other employees family? She said, yes. I was surrounded by them and everyone referred to each other that way. You dated an employee? Yes, Matt, the sound engineer. See what I'm saying? Mm-mm-mm. Well, it's a black family thing for me because that's what I can relate to. That's my lens. I'm not in a white family. So I'm speaking specifically to the black family. That's like me saying, you're having that same argument of, which is ridiculous to me, when people say, oh, Black Lives Matter, and then you had to have the white people say, well, all lives matter. No, I'm saying specific to what I know for my community. That's all I can talk about. I'm not talking about everybody. It can be in the Asian community. It can be in the Arab community. I don't know because I'm not in that community. So let's just, yes. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, SH Play too. Jesus. I'm supposed to know what happened to every community, even though I'm not a part of it. It's just the lack of before you in my chat. And you was in all cap. You know what? Don't all cap me either. All right, let's move on. Hey, really, P. Power dynamics that was said in my house all the time. And it's cool. If you don't relate, then y'all ain't gotta relate. I'm just saying I know my neighborhood was like that. And I know families was like that. So it don't apply, let it fly. My cousin, he said, don't work. No, I'm okay. I'm okay. Thank you guys so much. All right, let's get in here because we'll be talking forever. Okay, so then the government said, were you and Matt able to hang out together normally? She said, no, we had an apartment together in New York, but we were rarely there at the same time. Why did you go to South Africa? Puff told me to accompany Cassie. She was shooting a movie. And what happened there? Cass had caught Puff cheating on her with Gina. Well, didn't she say she wasn't with him no more? She was devastated. Well, I don't know. It's been so many times, I guess she done caught him with Gina. Maybe I might be mixing the times up. Cass had caught Puff cheating on her with Gina. She was devastated. What were her interactions with Mr. Combs? They were on the phone. He's in Miami. Then she stopped answering the calls. So then the government said, I'll read the blue messages. KK, which is Miss Coram, her name is always in this stuff. And you read the gray, that's you. She wrote, PD wants to talk to you. Who's that? She says, Puff. Audio call not completed. I wasn't answering the calls, but I spoke with Puff. He threatened to unalive me. What else did he threaten you with? He said he was firing me. He said I had to leave and fly back, and he threatened to unalive me. So basically, what I'm gathering is that Puff found out about her and the Michael B. Jordan thing, and because there was an assistant with her, and the fact that Cassie saw him with Gina and wasn't answering the phone. He ain't like people answering the phone. He'll get mad, like, I'm gonna kill you. He almost sound like he just say that because he just be having temper tantrums. You know how some people, like, they start arguing, they're like, if I see them, I'm like, it don't really mean you about to for real like take their life, but that's just how you feel right then. Like I could just strangle you type thing. And he just would go off because he didn't have emotional intelligence or self-control or discipline. And he would just throw them threats out that way. But then if you couple that with the violence that they seen, they probably everyone thought he has the capabilities of what he's saying. It's probably what it was. Anyway. So then he said, so then the government said, Miss Coram wrote, I need to talk to her. Not sure what to do. He needs you to call him now or you don't have a job. So KK told him that because Cassie wasn't answering, and then I guess she didn't answer, they all trying to get in touch with Cassie. Okay, because Cassie is about had it because she was pissed off about him being in Miami with Gina. And how did you feel? Desperate, terrified, and really, really sad. Did you answer KK's call? No, I texted back that I hadn't been asleep, that I had been asleep. It sucks to wake up to this every morning. I'm being ish on from all sides. I'm in an effed up spot. And what was KK answer? She wrote, can you call me when you get a chance? I wrote, I'm having anxiety attacks and night terrors. About who? Puff. Who are these WhatsApp with? Puff. I screenshot them. I've had other phones since. What did Mr. Combs write? If you don't call me in 2 minutes, I'm going to tell everything. You're fired. FABC and their lawyers. Let's go to war. And what do you think he meant by everything? He told Cassie about the actual assault. Seemed like she will want him to tell that it happened. I guess unless he planned on flipping the script that's saying that they had something consensual or something. Ray said, yeah, that has nothing to do with what we're doing over here, though. Thank you for understanding. Let me see. That's what makes it so bad. He used to threatening people. He says that's what I'm saying. I think he just so used to, I'll kill you, I'll fire you. And see, he's one of those people where the family be like, y'all know how Puff is. That's why we call him Puff. He just be having anger issues. He'll get over it after he done bust the chair upside your head or dotted you in your eye. And then when he ready to be cool, you supposed to just be cool. And that's probably what he's been used to, especially since he's been in the spotlight. He can just say, I'm sorry, give you a couple dollars or some roses or something, and you're going to be okay. Because he got anger problems. Like he is like the poster child of having anger issues. What the underlining reason is, I don't know. Like, well, I'm going to say it's control. Because in this situation, it sounds like because they're not answering, he got a lot going in his mind. That means he don't know what's going on. He don't know what they're doing, who they're doing it with. He doesn't know anything. And so because of that, it drives him crazy because he's losing control. So now if you don't do this, you're going to be fired. Instead of her being like, all right, it's cool, I'm out. You know, but then in the flip side, like people are saying this was her job, this was her livelihood. Even though a lot of this was after he allegedly essayed her, which to me would at least been grounds to be like, I'm out, if nothing else was. But yeah, this is who he is. And I think people just covered it up. Like I think that I agree with, but I mean to say an enterprise, I think everybody covered it up. I think people just was like, oh, I'm in the family, this is what it is. And they made it as if it's a normalcy. This is normal. This is how this whole thing operates. We're a family. And this is how Puff gonna get mad. He gonna flip out. Eventually we'll be back giggling and laughing and toasting to Sarat. Like the whole cycle. I don't know. He said, I think he meant it. Joy said, real underlivers don't tell you they gonna do it. They just do it. He was just bluffing. That's a true statement. Typically, they don't announce it to the world so they can catch a case. All right, y'all. You said they were on break. Oh, with Cassie. That's what she said. She said they was on break when she was in Africa. That's why she was messing with Michael B. Jordan. Paranoid must have been extremely dangerous. Yeah, it is. Power Dynamics said if he gets out of this, he's gonna become a preacher and have an anger management. Trust, he's gotten a close relationship with God over this last year. He done reached back to every scripture he ever learned since he was a toddler going to Sunday school with his grandma. He did with Delion. Well, they had some rock back then. Delion is more recent. Them the people he just sued too when all this stuff happened. Yes, drugs do magnify. All right, let's go on. What did you think he meant by FABC? She said, I had written a show based on my life as an assistant. It hit the press, the most I ever got. He was threatening to take that away. Did the show ever air? No. And I remember that too. I know exactly who. I remember that show. What was it called? Yeah, it has. He was developing a show based on the life of his assistant. Yep. And that was in, what year was that? 2015, I think. Anyway. What did he write now? Call me. Call me now. Now. Then don't ever call me again. Like what? Call me right now. And then once you call me, lose my number. Because you mad because everybody not jumping when everybody ain't like, Diddy said jump how high. But this is what he's accustomed to. So when you actually are not at his beck and call, he is crashing out. This is the definition of crash out. This is what is happening. If this is true, because this is all just her testimony. You know, he may come up with a whole nother story, but is that the end of the screenshots? Yes. What's this? My email to Puff, then KK. And what did you write? I said, I'm really sorry, Puff. You know I love you, smiley face. I paid for my own flight. It will cost to change it. I'm sorry to ask for the money. I'm sorry. I want to make sure you're good. At the end of the day, regardless, I love you. You see what I'm saying? Like, you get them into this whole family dynamic where it's like, you treating them like blood. Like, I'm gonna forgive you. You do what you do, and I'm just gonna keep forgiving you because we're family. And people do that within, your family. You're like, you accept more from your family members than you do an outside person that's not family. You're more less prone to cut off family members than you are outside people. And you're more to take more and forgive over and over again for people that probably are toxic as hell in your family because they're your family, as opposed to just, Lauren Bishop said, Diddy said, call me now like Miss Cleo. That ninja did. He said dysfunctional. TA said he has control real bad. Real bad. Jakayla said D was always dating them all, even Kim. His life is like The Bachelor. He just passes the roses around and adds a new human like Young Miami every now and then. And he said it on the Breakfast Club. He was like, listen, you get with me 25% of the time, you going to be mad and you going to hate my guts and I'm going to be cheating on you. Okay? But the other 75%, I'm going to treat you like a queen. And I feel like people just need to be honest that that's how it is. He said it. So if you got with him, you got to know you just one out of a harem of women. Like, that's just what it is. SB said Diddy is unstable to not announce he's going to end someone. He got used to getting away with anything and wasn't really trying to make sure there was zero evidence against him left. He felt invincible. And to your point, it may have been to the point where if you have the fixers, the Olivia Popes that's in your circle, and they've named a couple of people that they say kind of covered up, well, that's what the government is alleging of who covered it up, then you basically your job is to just crash out. And then you pay people a nice amount of money to make sure it doesn't come back to you. And I'm sure we'll see that when people are like, I got a phone call from so and so. I got a phone call from so and so. You hear KK's name, like their job is to undo everything that he's done instead of being like, bro, go get some help. I don't want them trying to put me in a conspiracy. Like, go get some help. But I don't think it was like how it's kind of laid out in the indictment. I just think the dude he's probably had people making excuses for him and fixing stuff for like before he probably became Puff Daddy. Because this ain't nothing that you just walked into and you can be like this. I'm sure the power didn't help. But yeah. Probably a lot of people cleaning his mess for years. Threats that people know could be real, instilling fear in everyone. Yeah. Stay said Mia is giving me extra like a Karen. I believe her work was overwhelming, but I think she knew she was working with the narcissist and it was okay because it was the lifestyle she wanted. That's a perspective. And hopefully, I'm sure he hopes jurors feel like you feel. So if the defense has texted Mia having feelings for PD, I'm done. Me too, Nebra. If they like she loved him a little bit more than family. Well, you know, when you marry somebody, they family, but you know what I'm saying. If she loves somebody a little bit more than that, I got time today. I think the only thing I have a problem with, nobody show evidence, and they all spoke with Cassie during the cut. Yeah, they're all close friends with Cassie. So that's another thing with this. She's friends with Cassie to this day. So with that being said, you get all these witnesses that the defense is going to try to label as being biased because they're friends with the one of the victims that's actually named within the indictment. TA Company said, I believe Diddy is more than a narcissist. He's a psychopath. One thing my chat gonna do is diagnose you, okay? If you put all your characteristics and traits in here and somebody in this chat is gonna give you a diagnosis, okay? I love y'all. Happy Friday, Salado. All right, let's go on. Then the government said, why did you send this? Now, this is the nice letter about how much she's sorry and she loved him and all of that. And she said, he told me to return. Then he told me to stay. I couldn't afford the change fees. I told him, Cece says she really need me right now. But of course, I'll do whatever you want. I love you. Who is Cece? Cass. So he told her she got to leave. Then he said, nah, he thought about it and was like, stay. This is just to let you know where his mind is at. He has knee-jerk reactions and he acts out of emotion. He don't think at all. He just say stuff and whatever. And then after he done thought about it, he probably was like, I need somebody to be able to report back to me. So let me get her to stay just to see what Cassie doing because I'm trying to keep an eye on her. Why did you write that? Because I worked for him. To him, that's all that mattered. Why did you CC Miss Coram? Because I needed an answer. I was in limbo. When you go back from South Africa, where did you work? The office in LA. Did you have less access to Mr. Combs? Much less. Did it make your job easier or harder? It made it almost impossible. I needed his okay for everything, but I couldn't get any responses from him. How did it make you feel? Defeated. So he punished her. He basically punished her. He was like, I'll put you in the office. You ain't got the direct access to me no more because I'm mad at you. So now I'm going to punish you because I can. I don't know what diagnosis that is, but you know, it's something. It's something up there on DSM. Okay, what is this? A note for HR to me. What was the date? March 31st, 2011. Then the judge said, Miss Miser, can we take the document down? I think it needs further redaction. So then the government says, what was happening? I was suspended without pay. And what happened? He came in and didn't see I have laid all the options out. He started ranting. I tried to point to the other options. Who is this with? James Cruz. He worked for Puffy in like a managerial role. He asked for tickets. I wrote back, Puff is currently firing me right now. He wrote back, LOL. I wrote back, no, seriously, sad face. Now he wrote back, LOL. Like, oh, he firing you too? He fired you? Oh, he fired me last week. What is this? An email, D-Rock to me, March 25th, 2011. D-Rock asked, what happened? I wrote, he went bat-ish crazy about his shirt. Where was Puff with D-Rock going to the doctor and some other errands? I asked D-Rock to give me a heads up before they came back so I could be out of the way. What did HR tell you? Puff wanted me suspended without pay, and I was. Just a yo-yo. Like, this is not okay. Like, this is just a yo-yo. Whenever you mad, I'm suspended without pay, or I get fired. So this is like the forced labor and him using the financial control. This is basically what they're trying to. And this forced labor is one of the predicate acts under the racketeering charge. And how did it make you feel? So sad that I did something wrong. Did you continue working for Mr. Combs? Yes. Did you feel you could leave your job? That wasn't a thought. I had tried to run away before and it didn't work. Did you feel you could get other jobs? Oh no. He would have made sure. I was scared of him. When did you try to run away from your job? New Year's 2010 or 2011. Where were you? St. Bart's? Who was there? Me, Puff, Kim, the kids, some others. And where did you stay? A yacht that Puff chartered. And what did Mr. Combs ask you to do? To count the money in the safe. He yelled, I was counting too slow. He chased me out and told me, you better learn to walk on water like Jesus. Biatch, get the F out of here. Whose job was it to count? Security. This ninja right here, like, who you talking to? Listen. Who you talking to right now? Who you talking to? Like, what? Diddy needs to come across the right person. Everyone's not afraid of his ass. Meet you. No, they're not, because you had Lorianne Gibson was like, I'm not scared of you. Two grown men. Oh gosh. Okay, Dickie Leonard, I hear you say everybody lying. You lying. You lying. Everybody lying. I got it. Ray said prosecution been proved racketeering. That is not true. You must not know what you have to prove. He's lucky nobody has George Bushed him and his mama in that courtroom. You said, Wayne said, let's wait for the cross. This sounds suspect. Listen, it's very real life said, guys, Diddy's on drugs. That is true too. Like I do keep forgetting that he had a horrible drug problem. And so when you on drugs, it don't make you like cool. Like you in a whole nother world. Like, ain't you like you trying to escape reality? So you in a whole nother world or something? So you feel like it don't make you feel happy? Like, why are you taking drugs if it make you mean as hell? Like, if it make you like get mad at people and want to fire him. Well, like, ain't the point to escape or something? Like, I don't know. Hey, Miss Buckeye, good to see you. DJ said it depends on the drug. Okay. Cause I, you just gonna take drugs to be meaner than what you are when you ain't taking drugs. Then I guess it's a mental health problem. So there's a lot going on with him. So he said every time I pause and make, I'm just shocked at some of this stuff. It's just like, now I do, there are angry drunk, like everybody does have different reactions to certain things. So yes, there are angry drunks. That's a good point. And some people are like, cool, they just sit back and they actually, some people are better people when they be drinking. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I'm like, shoot, you nice when you know, you cool, you talkative. Some people are like quiet, like regularly, and you know when they're not drinking because they're not as sociable or whatever. So yeah. Oh, good to see you. Yes, Miss Buckeye. Make sure you guys block who needs to be blocked. We have no blocking discrimination over here. He needs to come out the closet. He was in the right industry to be. You think so? You think if he would have came like Clive Davis, I don't know, maybe y'all knew it, but he was keeping that hidden. The first time I found out that Clive Davis was like men was in a documentary, no, a movie with Whitney Houston. And Whitney Houston in this scene came to his house and they were discussing her career and she was about to go to rehab. And so she said, "You've been happy lately." He was like, "Yeah, I'm in a good relationship or a new relationship." And so she looks outside and it's a man out, like he's staring at, somebody outside, and she looks outside and it's a man. So then it was just the inference, like, oh, okay. She was like, Clive. And he was like, yeah, you know, you know, you like what you like. This was, I'm sure it was years ago because I'm saying like it was a conversation with Whitney. Whitney's been gone for a while. But I'm saying like when I personally found out, it was like in that movie. You said I would have liked his crazy behind the basement like the Don't Breathe movie. Diddy is off the rocker. Seriously. I told you what they should have been doing. Ray said Clive's revelation shocked me. Listen. I told you what they I would have been doing. I would have been at the range with my family, and I'd have been posting pictures of me with the headphones on, pointing like, and then showing where I hit at. I'll be doing my subliminals too. Like you. Sometimes you just gotta let them know. But I think he specifically chose people to be his girl, because even when you listen to the chick Gina, like on Tasha K, all of them had this timidness about them. Like it's a certain type. He can't be with anybody that has any type of independent self-esteem about themselves, uh ain't playing with you, that'll argue back. Like it's a certain person that he has to have work for him and be in a relationship because of how he wants to treat you, and he needs you to be, for his ego, he needs to be able to treat you the way he wants to. So yeah. Aubrey, help me understand, because I'm just not in the mood. Tell me understand why you said that in the comments. What's your point of saying Clive Davis' actual life has nothing to do with Diddy? What's your point? What's your point of saying that? SB said abusers choose broken people they can control. Like someone testified, Diddy said Cassie was young and moldable. Yeah. Yeah. You have a good day too, Hood Mayor NYC. Keep those Hood Mayor for New York. Are you really running for mayor? Huh? Let us know. Are you campaigning? Christine said love is not supposed to hurt. Yeah. All right, let's go on, because I'm reading these comments too much and it's aggravating me. So let me go. It's a lot of new people here that, I give the wrong impression that I just don't ever clap back. But all right. So I asked the crew to take me to land. This is Mia talking, but it was a hurricane or something. I hid on the third floor. Who spoke to you? Kim. She tried to console me and said, "Don't worry about it. I saw a puff coming towards me. I ran and hid in the crew cabin." Did the crew take you to land in a tender boat? Yes, but then they got a call. I had to come back. Were you able to leave the country? No, my passport was on the boat. Puff staff had it. Did you go back to the boat? Yeah. So she must have got because it must have been docked somewhere, and then she had to take the little boats, like when you go on cruises and you want to go to the island. She had to take her own little boat to get back to, so she can get back to land. And then Puff was like, "Nah, let her come back." Just playing. See, them mind games. It's like you trying to stay out his way on the yacht. Kim gotta console you, like, "Yeah, I know he a jerk. I've been with him for years. It's gonna be fine. He'll get over it. He's just going through something right now." Y'all know Puff. Y'all know how he acts. Then she asked to go back, and then he's like, "Cause you're thinking, oh, he don't want me there. He treat me like trash." I get in the boat, and then you're like, "Bring her back." It's just a lot of mind games going on. I was told, she said, "I was told to get in the car to go on the plane to Vegas with Puff. In the car, could you hear Puff's call? He was telling his chief of staff I needed to be suspended, making up a story. I didn't get to finish. He yelled, 'Shut the F up.'" You left Combs Companies in 2017. Yes, I spoke with Brian Offit. We were editing the Bad Boy documentary. I was producing that. What did Brian tell me? That Combs wanted to end Revolt Films. The company was going away. And how did you feel? I think I saw snot coming out of my nose for a while. I was worried. I had been told Revolt Films was the only company that had made money that year. And how did you feel? That I had done something wrong. And what did Brian say? That they would work out severance, but it was the holidays. Did you speak to anyone else? KK, I had a little bit of time to horrifically process what had happened. KK said, "You're still working on the documentary." Did you? Yes, until March or April. And what did you do after that? Cried myself to sleep. I ignored all calls. Did you have a conversation with Cassie after? I could never tell who was with or without Puff, so I didn't respond. KK said Puff couldn't believe I would go against him. I had gotten an employment attorney. KK said Puff couldn't believe it. Did you get paid? After 9 months, my attorney proposed a mediation. They asked for like $10 million. And who came up with that figure? My lawyers. Did you bring up the violent incidents? A few of them. I feel that I was doing something horrible. I was breaking the idea of confidentiality, telling secrets. I felt wrong and shameful. Did you bring up the actual assault? Oh no, I was going to die with that. So even when she got a lawyer and she said like he was violent to her, she never said that he was doing all the actual assaults. So of course the government has to get in front of it because people are going to be like, "Well, why are you bringing it up now? Like, why would you? Isn't that important if he was doing this to you all the time?" She's like, "No, I was going to go to my grave with that." And how much did you receive? 200K. My lawyers got that much too. So it must have been maybe she got 400,000 or something around that. And maybe her lawyer took a third because, or something, like it's usually not a 50-50 split. Depending on where you are, you may get a third of it as the lawyer. But I'm assuming there were costs, that may have been attached to it, depending on how much time he put into it or whatnot. Because I don't think they probably didn't file a lawsuit. So I don't anticipate too many costs. But I assume this is why they said my lawyer got that much too. is because that was her portion after he took his cut. And what was it for? Bonuses I hadn't been paid and out of pocket. So basically, she was presenting her own out of pocket expenses and then the bonuses she hadn't been paid. So it went from $10 million, I guess, to 200, 400K, maybe 350, that they ended up settling for. Would you return the money to have this never happen? Objection. Overruled. Oh, absolutely. So she's saying if she ain't have to go through none of that, she would have rather not have went through this than to get that 200K. Do you have any other lawsuits against Mr. Combs? No. So I think there were people going through lawsuits and they were saying that they was figuring out who she was. I have an idea based on what she said, who the person is. Of course, the judge said, better not nobody say nothing. So I'm gonna go with what the judge said. I ain't saying nothing. But yeah, but people were trying to say that she was a Jane Doe in the lawsuits, but apparently she's saying she's not. So did you contact Mr. Combs again? When Kim died and when Andre Harrell died. So everybody called when Kim and Andre Harrell died. They didn't care if he treated them like trash the whole time. They still, I guess, felt sorry for him. Did you tell him you loved him in these messages? Yes, that's how I would speak to him. Are you aware of Cassie's lawsuit? Yes, November 2023. She knows exactly when it happened. Have you spoken with Cassie since the suit? Yes, we talk a lot, then not. We both hide from our phones and the depressing thing. Then a few days ago, just personal stuff and I love yous. Did you speak about your testimonies? Oh no. Because that's what people are going to think. Like, are y'all coinciding testimonies? Because everybody is talking to Cassie. So that's also why the government initially will ask, do you want to be here? And everybody's like, no, we were subpoenaed. But I don't think them being subpoenaed to not want to be there has to do with the fact that they could be coordinating testimony to corroborate what Cassie has to say or whatever, because they're all friends with her. So of course she may come across biased, or the defense will try to make it seem like she's biased. The government said after the suit in November 2023, did anyone contact you? Mia said, yes, D-Rod. He was like my big brother. You see all this family stuff? And then Cassie said D-Rod was like her big brother, or they were close and she was close to the wife and she went over his house. But D-Rod, his loyalty was really with Puff. So I'm not understanding why everybody thought that being with D-Rod was going to help them in any way. Because at the end of the day, his priority was Puff. But I guess it gave the illusion that they had an inroad to talk to Puff, or if Puff did them wrong, they could always go, I guess, to D-Rock. I don't know, but he wouldn't be nobody I'm going to. You said D-Rock was playing all y'all. They all conspired against Diddy, huh? Ray said, I really would love to hear Diddy's answers to all these allegations. Stay said she loved him. Okay. Money, 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 money. That's what Aubrey said. The public and professionals are conflating actual impropriety, actual misconduct, and even actual criminality with RICO level enterprise crime. I would agree with that. I think people just don't know, but and I think the government is somewhat playing on the fact that people don't know the difference. He is definitely a terrible person, but you have other things you have to prove for racketeering. And I've heard some lawyers saying, oh, it's been proven already. I just disagree with it. I don't think so. I don't think racketeering conspiracy has been necessarily proven for a couple, just basically two different reasons as to what I don't see. Now, as far as the predicate acts, I mean, you got the arson if they believe it. You have forced labor with this young lady if you believe it. You have, I don't think the ex trafficking has been proven as of now, but we don't know what victim two has to say, because there has to be a level of coercion. And so what the government was trying to do yesterday with the stylist was to say, yes, she told us she didn't want to go to the free call. So then it can be like, okay, she basically didn't want to go. So it's coercion because they have an issue with that because she has so many messages that signify consent. So I'm not, so is that being a predicate act? I think that's still murky. That's a little iffy. The prostitution depends on certain things with the prostitution, but I honestly don't even think that's his major, like I said, to be worried about. That was kind of like the cherry on top because the RICO alone will have you sitting down, like I said. So focusing on the racketeering and all of that, I just think they still. And I'm not saying they won't be able to ultimately. I'm just saying right now, I don't personally see it yet, but that's it. Cousin E said it sounded like he was heavy on ecstasy. They said he took ecstasy as well. Pam, isn't the charge for paying prostitutes for excellent? Well, it's a prostitution, yeah, but you also have to have crossing lines. This is why they ask, well, were you in Miami? Were you in this place? Were you in that place? One of the individuals said they were from New York, and so they were in New York for it. So whether they were flying people to other spots or whatever for that purpose, I don't know. Maybe they have been. I don't know. But like I said, with prostitution, I don't think Puffy. I ain't gonna say he don't care about it because of course you want to be acquitted of everything. But if you got to go down on something, I think that would be the one that he would be like, shoot, all right. Like if they offer him a plea for prostitution, I think he'll take it. Like who's gonna like the gamble with racketeering and sex trafficking, and you and R. Kelly gonna be cellmates? It's crazy. Cousin he said, I'm sorry, this witness just sounds exaggerated to the same. Some people are saying that are actually in the courtroom, but I don't see her demeanor. DJ said, I'm not a lawyer. I just play one in the chat. That's okay. That's what we do over here. But I pay attention to trials, real lawyers, and I read. And in my professional chat opinion, it hasn't racketeering hasn't been proven to me either. I mean, that's why I put up the jury instructions. And again, their jury instructions may be a little different, but it's not going to be too much different because what has to be proven is elemental from the statute, and it's just how they word it, so you understand as a juror. Do I think he was a terrible boss? Yes. Do I think he was a terrible boyfriend? Yes. But does his being terrible and how he treats people amount to an enterprise and people conspiring for him to be this terrible, like to cover up his actual escapades and all of that from the conspiracy aspect, which is an agreement between a couple of people, at least two people. I don't necessarily see it, but you know, that's all. I think that that's the only because like with RICO itself, when you do the underlying RICO, like not RICO conspiracy, just RICO, part of that does have a financial aspect to it, like you're making money in some form or way. Um, so yeah, there's a financial aspect. When you have RICO conspiracy, you don't have to prove as much as you have to do for RICO. So a lot of people they're charged with RICO, they get charged with RICO conspiracy too as another count. And they have a separate jury instruction as well that we went over here. Yes, that's what I'm saying. But did Cassie say that they had it sounded like it. They would see. Well, and then check this out. Hold on 1 second, Dan. Okay. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, what was I asking? But did Cassie say so? They had a company, an escort company they went through. So if they went through the company itself and the company is registered here, and they're based like say they're registered. I don't know how that works. Sometimes they use Craigslist. I don't know. I think they would have to go down that whole rabbit hole on where everyone was at. One of them said they lived in New York. I think it was the Punisher said he lived in New York and he used to mess with them when he was in New York. So we know with him it wouldn't have constituted that. He wouldn't be one of the ones. So there. So let me see. RICO X trafficking specifics involving multiple instances of kidnapping, coercion, and exploitation of victims to engage in XX. By the description, the pattern has been established. But you need more than that. You have to have beyond a reasonable doubt for each element. I'm not saying that they have not shown various crimes, state crimes that he has committed. That they've shown that if the jury believes it. Just because they shown it don't mean the jury believe it. So yes, if the jury believes everything they said, as far as though that would be the pattern, you only need two. But there's other elements that has to be proven, and one of them is the conspiracy. So there's other things that have to be proven. I think we get caught up on the crimes they're alleging and not know that there's other things that have to be proven as well. But we'll see. We haven't seen everything. The government hasn't finished their case. Apparently told Diddy's team that they're dropping some witnesses and people that they're not even so they're going to be finished earlier. But according to Diddy and them, now that they're going to be finished earlier, they feel like their direct is going to be longer because they're finishing earlier. I don't know how that happened, but I don't know. But yeah. Mia says she was actually assaulted on a flight, which is a federal crime with no statute. Could they try to charge him? If they believe, this is how I know they probably didn't give the government that information. And honestly, I don't know how much the government purposefully did not put that information down, because we had a witness who said they told him not to put when he testified to something that he was alleging happened on the stand, and they asked him, well, why didn't you say that when you talked to the government? He said they told me not to, or I'll be incriminating myself. So based off of that, and we know that all of these people get prepped. So based off of that, we don't know if the government like knew about it and just was like, no, we're not putting it down here because whatever, you know what I'm saying, or whatever their rationale is. But that's what I was thinking. I was like, why not put, because really, the great charge could be an underlying charge, right? It could be a predicate act. So I don't know. Thank you so much for the super chat. Granny the Great said this something for Danielle. She's been so patient with us. Thank you. I let her know. Why isn't the escort companies in any trouble? They would be the ones, in my opinion, responsible for trafficking of the escorts, or is it just the trafficking of Cassie only? They put escorts in there, but they have victim one is Cassie, and then they actually mention mention with commercial ex workers. So the escort company actually had their own show. So and I think one of them alluded to like a famous people that they were doing that with. But I think the escort company's position is they don't send people out to have X with people. If they choose to do it, it's on them. So I think that's how they try to keep their hands clean, by saying, we ain't telling them to sleep with them. That's something they chose to do. Hey, Marcus, good to see you. Q, does the government have to tell Diddy's lawyers everything before court starts? So any exculpatory evidence they're supposed to provide, we're not an ambush litigation. However, with federal courts, they can get you 5,000 wiretaps unless the court orders otherwise a day or two before. Like you can have where they'll hold on to that mug for dear life, and then you're like struggling trying to get through it. But I think in this case, because he maintained his speedy trial, that's why he's on trial so fast. He hasn't been in for a year. We got people still waiting 2 years later because they keep postponing it for various reasons. Oh, my lawyer needs to do more research. Oh, my lawyer need to do investigation. So in this case, because it was that, the judge gave them deadlines to submit certain things. And if it wasn't submitted, I guess it wouldn't, they can. Part of Don Richard's testimony was not admitted because it wasn't anything that she had disclosed. So the situation about, I guess, her saying I know in her lawsuit, she mentioned something about being at Saturday Night Live or something and being forced in a car and all this other stuff. I don't think she was able to talk about that because it wasn't disclosed, for failure to disclose. So no, the judge isn't allowing that in this case. So yeah. Danielle, have a seat. All right, let's get back into it. So then he said, she was like, he said, and this is the government, how are you? What is your response? D-Rock, with all the exclamation points. So then the government said, why all the exclamation points? And she said, because I love exclamation points and D-Rock. I understand D-Rock was no longer with Puff. He and his wife had a restaurant in the Poconos. He wrote, I'm about to call you. What date? And she said on November 30th, 2023. So this is right after the Cassie lawsuit dropped. D-Rock like, hey girl, what you doing? You know what D-Rock calling for. Like, let me see where your head at, because we already know this about to be an avalanche of lawsuits. So did D-Rock call you? Yes. And what happened on that call? Objection. Judge told him to ask again. What did he say? Overruled. He started with personal stuff. Then he said, the news is crazy. It wasn't like that. It was normal fighting. You see what I'm saying? Like this, we was just one big family and we got dysfunction in our family. We put the fun in dysfunction, actually. However, it was fun in our dysfunction, right? So then the government said, was it? She said, absolutely not. D-Rock said, Puff misses you. He implied everyone agreed. So now after all these years, Puff missed. See, this is why they added as one of the predicate acts obstruction and, tampering with witnesses. And Max said D-Rock and Puff play good cop, bad cop. D-Rock needs to be on that witness stand. He need to be on the witness stand, and Mac. He look the way they describing him, he might need to be holding hands with him over there with his Bible next to him. Shoot, the way they describing him. That's just my opinion, though, D-Rock, based on what they're saying. If we were to believe what they're saying is being true, with Capricorn says and all these different people, I'm just saying you was always around for a lot of stuff. You and Uncle Paulie was out here fooling, according to these witnesses. Okay, let's go ahead. Ray Nat said D-Rock sounds like an unindicted co-conspirator. I'm sure they tried to make him a part of the enterprise, for sure. Okay. Not Puff misses you. She said, I immediately thought, oh my God. Like, that's when she knew, like, he ain't calling me because he give a damn about me. He calling me to make sure I keep my mouth shut. So I guess that's when her eyes were open. Thank you, See Through You. I appreciate the cash app. So then the judge was like, what's your grounds for the objection? And still ain't say nothing. So then they had a sidebar. So then they're back. What did D-Rock say he was? Or where? I'm sorry. Where did D-Rock say he was? That he just landed in Miami. So they had They had an emergency meeting. Like, bro, they on our nerves right now. Like, we got to figure out what we gonna do. That he just landed in Miami. He was going to be at Puff. He is going to take care of Christian. D-Rock said, maybe you could say something. Well, maybe you could say something nice about Puff. How did you respond? I pretended I talked to Puff. So I'm like, yeah, I'll say something about Puff. It's cool. Did you want to? No, I was scared. He called me right after D-Rock. How did you react? I threw my phone behind the couch and ran out. So he called her, and her response was, I'm going to throw my phone behind the couch and run off. But you called him prior to for Kim's passing, and you called him for is it Andre Harrell? For his passing. Talking about it was triggering. That's why. So when he called her, it triggered her. Did you hear from D-Rock again? Yes. And what did D-Rock write? That your boy doesn't want you to do anything, just to talk. I didn't want to. I just wanted it to go away. What then did D-Rock write you? He wrote, I can't believe you're not hitting me back. It was February 22nd, 2024. So we know during that time, according to Agnifilo, there was communications, I guess, with the because remember his house got raided. So there were communications that he had with the AUSA during that time. So they already knew he was under investigation, okay, by this time. Let's see. Thank you so much for the super chat. DJ said, here you go, Pam, for putting up with the nonsense and probably running some of your viewers away. Thank you so much. I only want my people over here, so it's fine. It's cool. It's cool, you know. You said I just be ranting. I appreciate you and the moderators. We locked in on my end. Appreciate your time entertaining. Thank you so much, Cousin E. I appreciate it. I don't want to say we family now because you know he done made it look bad, you know. You know, I love y'all. We family. Like, you know, we argue a little bit. That sound like we all dysfunctional. So I don't even want to say that. But I appreciate y'all support. I really do. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. Peachy Bama said, cues Kalina's rehearsed statement about Diddy. Because I think, wasn't there some type of allegation that Diddy had a conversation with Kalina or something? And Kalina got her own family law type stuff going on or whatnot. So they said, but she loved him. She did say she loved him. She said she said, I love you when she texted him a couple of years prior for Kim's passing. I'm just reading what she's saying. That's all, y'all. So D-Rock can't believe his little sister ain't hitting him back, all right? So then she said, I knew he wouldn't stop, so I wrote back. Man, I would have blocked him. Like, why even put yourself through that stress and anxiety? I'd have just blocked him. Or I would have changed my number. You wouldn't have had no contact with me. Oh, okay. Or got me a second phone or something and been like, I don't even use that phone no more. So she said, I knew he wouldn't stop, so I wrote back. I was scuba diving all day and didn't have my phone on the boat. Man, if y'all seen in my phone how many people are in my phone as ignore, goofball, do not answer, clown, all in my phone, and I don't be knowing who it is because I don't know who I named that. I just know that that's my cue not to talk to them. On one of my phones, like, that's kind of like what I would probably do. So it wouldn't trigger me. Like, you probably got his name in there as Sean Combs and P. Diddy or whatever. None of them. All of them, if you work for them, it would be, your name would be Goofy. Listen, y'all would be looking at me like you got more goofballs in your phone than anybody. Do not answer. And I've literally blocked people, and I block you and still put do not answer just in case you find a way to maneuver it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be triggered because you obviously pissed me off if I didn't change it. You got to protect your peace. Just saying. You said spam one, spam two. I get real spam calls 30 times a day. I am real convinced somebody took my number and put it on the gas station bathroom. Cause I promise you, I get so many spam calls a day, and I even put my name on the list not to get the spam calls, and it seemed like it made more come in as opposed to stopping them. And I'm like, somebody was really mad at me, and they just put my number on the bathroom stall. Cause I don't understand how all these like people just be calling. How I get all these spam calls? Okay, let's go ahead. So she said, I knew he wouldn't stop. So I wrote back, I was scuba diving all day and didn't have my phone on the boat. And then the government said, was that true? She said, no, I told D-Rock, I called Puff. There was no answer. I wanted to play neutral. D-Rock asked, how can I send you something? What did you think he meant? Money. I said, no, I'm always ready to help y'all out. So he basically said, she said, no, we family. You ain't got to do that. You ain't got to send me no money. I'll help y'all if you need me. He wrote, I'm allowed to send my sister a gift. Did he? No. See, if they was real smart, they should have kept in contact with people. Like, something about Puff still makes people want to be in contact with him. They just don't want to work with him, which means that maybe he comes off as a decent human being when you're not working for him. But one of the assistants said that he contacted Puff like he invited him to his wedding or a baby shower or something, and he never replied. Like, why your family and D-Rock and them not just, hey, happy Mother's Day? You know, it don't take much to be like, you can put it on your calendar. I know people put it on their calendar, my birthday, because we ain't talked in 15 years and they still be happy birthday, enjoy your day. I'm like, how the heck you keep remembering my birthday every year? And I ain't seen you in 15 years. But it's because sometimes you don't want to burn bridges. You just want to stay in communication, because if you need somebody, and I definitely have a profession that almost everybody needs at some point. If you need somebody, then it's like you ain't looking like you're just doing it, you know what I'm saying, because you need something. So why would you just randomly be like, hey, sis, and you ain't talked to them in a long time? And it happened to be after the lawsuit with Cassie. Like, can we be a little bit more discreet with what our motives are? Just saying. What did you think D-Rock was trying to do? She said, find out for Puff if I was a threat. Duh. Did Mr. Combs text you in February 2024? Yes. He said, call me when you have 10 minutes. Then he put love. Because remember, he was in his love era. Everything was love. He was trying to rebrand himself, probably because he knew these people was over it and they was ready to go tell on how they were, you know, how they were allegedly treated. So then the government said, and this was February 7th of 2024. She said, he said, I need my memory jogged. So basically, I need to talk to you so you know what really happened when you were my employee. Because it ain't what you probably think it happened. It was something different. Okay, so we need to make sure we on the same page on what our historical reality is. You know, we trying to make sure that we on the same page, because you need your memory jogged on what you endured while you were working for me. This is what the text say, I guess, according to them. Did you respond? No, I didn't want anything to do with him. He was the person I was traumatized by. I knew that this was a front. And what was the last message? I think so. I got some objections, sustained. Do you work now? No, I suffer from complex PTSD. So then there's a sidebar. What are your symptoms? These are the symptoms of her complex PTSD, according to her. Misinterpreting emails. Someone calls my name from across the room. All the feelings of getting in trouble come flooding back. I triple guess myself. Who caused it? Puff. So then the judge took a break. So she has complex PTSD. Yes, she said complex. She said when people call her name, she's like, "What I do wrong? Is everything okay?" Like she just has this level of trauma of which she always feel like she can't get nothing right. That's what she said. She said calling her name is a trigger. Ray Ray said that sound like I know. I knew one of y'all knew exactly what PTSD sounds like because like I said, this chat is good for diagnosing people. They be knowing what is it like not to work. Miss Keep It Moving said, "Yep, it's real." Cassie suffers from PTSD too. So basically, everybody, I ain't gonna say everybody, that's a bit of a stretch, but many people, now the men that was working for him that left when they was like, we not about to be dealing with this or whatever their reasons were, it don't sound like they said they were diagnosed with anything. But the women, it seems like they're being diagnosed with PTSD. Sherry is still caught on the 200K. She said in today's market, that 200K isn't sustaining her. She needed to ask for more money. She back on the 200K. She not understanding why she only took so because she was suing from it for employment purposes. They were basically itemizing probably how much in bonuses that she needed. So it was more of actual damages. So if she spent $2,000 out of her own pocket, she wants it back. If she was promised $50,000 one year in bonus, because I think she worked for him for like 8 years or something, and she was promised a certain amount every year and she never got it, then maybe that's what it is. 20,000 per year or whatever it was for bonuses. That's supposed to be what it was. So Peachy Bama said they revving up room for a civil suit. And Max says she probably on disability based on the PTSD. She could be. Okay, so then they're back. The judge says, "Mr. Steele, you can put the binders on the jurors' chairs. Do you have any objections? There's an exhibit we are requesting here, say redactions too. We can hash it out, put the binders on the chair. All rise. Cross-examination." Was that the end of her stuff? Okay. And so now we have Mr. Steele for cross-examination. He said, "Because of Sean Combs, you suffer a great deal, right?" And you know how he talks. He talks kind of slow and methodical. "Because of Sean Combs, you suffer a great deal, right?" Brian Steele is doing a lot in this case. I'm still mad that Westmoreland ain't doing enough. Like, I feel like she should be doing more, but maybe they gonna get her on direct or something. Maybe she's gonna be in their actual case. Maybe when they put on their case, she'll come up. But she's a cross-examining beast, so anyway. "Because of Sean Combs, you suffer a great deal, right?" "Right." "Just seeing him call your number made you throw your phone. True?" "True." "He made you do things that were unthinkable." "Yes." "Making you sleep in a room with a lock and coming in and violating you in the most unthinkable way." "True." "True." "You said that Sean Combs' conduct was the worst thing that ever happened to you, right?" "Yes." "Look at your notebook." Okay, I like Brian Steele. He's setting this up. This sounds like the overlay for the underplay. "Look at your notebook. I moved for the admission of 1702 to 1710. And the government said these are under seal. And Steele said, whatever the court says, we have redacted versions. Mia, this is a social media post by you in 2013. Yes. It's your personal account. This is what you're doing. Yes, my personal account. You wrote, this is what we do when you are not around. I am Diddy, Ciroc, right? Yes. You tagged him years after you say he RAPE'd you. Yes. This is July 4th, 2013. Whose hands are those? Cass and me. You wrote, Rich is F and CC. Who is CC? Cass. What does CC stand for? It's just a nickname. Have you heard Cassie Combs? Oh, that makes sense. So I guess she was calling her CC, but she didn't know why. But a lot of people call people whose name is like Cassie or Sierra, just starting with a C, they call them CC. Here you say he got coffee for you though in Forbes list. Yes. You say he made you take drugs against your will at Burning Man, but you post about it? Right. You posted a picture with him, a man terrorizing you. Yes. And this video depicting Mr. Combs as a doctor delivering your baby. What? What they saying? That doesn't make sense. And then Mia said, it was a funny video. I was proud to be in it. Mr. Combs' birthday is significant to you. You did 2 shots with him, right? Yes. Alcohol overcame you, right? Yes. You believe you were drugged? I didn't say that. You are definitely inferring it. That's why I said it like, I take shots all the time and it doesn't bother me for some reason. I don't know what them shots did. And I woke up in the chair. So she said she didn't say she was drugged. A person you really don't know put his mouth on your mouth without your permission, right? Yes. His hands up your dress and onto your person. Where's what? I don't know. Excuse me. A person you really don't know put his mouth on your mouth without your permission, right? Yes. His hands up your dress and onto your person. Remember that? It was paralyzing. Yes. You wake up in a chair, you told the jury that. I did. But this message and this one, another same day posting, the anniversary of you being sexually assaulted by Sean Combs, according to your testimony. I don't celebrate it as the anniversary of that, but his birthday. What did you write? Thank you for giving me an extended family for life. You're effing funny. I love you. You're in a tutu next to Mr. Combs, right? Yes. He's holding his private part in his hands. I guess so. You were proud of Mr. Sean Combs. Of course, you'd post the great times. You wrote extended family for life. You are forever one of my great fans. This about the man who traumatized you. I wrote that. Who is your mentor and brother you are writing about? Puff. You did a collage. A lot of them are you and Mr. Combs. You picked out the thumbnail, right? Right. And what did you write? Who let me have my hair like that? You are with Mr. Combs, right? Yes. And here you say, look, Ma, I'm in a billboard on Times Square, right? It's a play on my name is in lights. And this photo, me and Cass going to Istanbul. Did Mr. Combs have to approve both of you going on that trip? Absolutely. This photo, we are in the Sprinter van on the way to Cass's club appearance. Where are you in this one? The W Hotel in Istanbul. Combs still said, what did you write here? About Muhammad Ali's birthday with Puff. I took the photo. You took one photo? I'm sure I took multiple, but this was the best one. This is November 4th, 5 years after you were actually assaulted. Yes. And what did you write? Thank you for being my friend. Hashtag happy birthday, Diddy. Hashtag I'm so hot, I'm throwing panties at myself. And you have Mr. Combs shirtless in 2 of the pictures. He's always shirtless. Mia, you have said you were actually assaulted on many times you can't remember. Objection, misstates the testimony, sustained. Have you met with the prosecutor? Yes. More than 27 times. I don't know the number. Did not tell y'all they be prepping. All these people have had these ridiculous numbers of meetings with the prosecutor. That part. You mad at still. Y'all should have been more mad that he represented the DA in the case with the guy that was running and got him off. Shoot. But that's his job. You know what I'm saying? As a criminal defense attorney, that's your job. So yeah. You said did Cassie know what he was doing to me and vice versa? No. She said she never told him. Andrew said I had panic attacks whenever I heard my ex-VP of fiance's voice, or even when I received an email. I had never had one in my life and had no idea what it is. When my doctor explained it, I quit. Yeah, that can definitely happen where you don't want to see somebody's name. It does trigger you. It's emails, and that's why I do what I do in my phone. Like, I'm not even gonna let you, or like it's certain people, like even in my family, that like they only call when it's horrible news. So when they call you, you like, you know what I'm saying? Like your heart start beat racing and all of that because you're so used to everything being horrible news. So yeah. The witnesses do meet with the government, Nibra, but they met with these witnesses quite a few times. And so, and every time, like with Don Richard, it seemed like her testimony would get developed, is what it looked like when they did it. So, of course, they're going to bring it up how many times that you were met with them, because then it looks like you were just basically you've been practicing. Now, the government's going to come back and say, didn't we tell you to tell the truth? And they're going to say, yeah. So that's usually their rebuttal to it. We're not telling you to lie. We just, sometimes you remember more things and you come back. The problem with this case that Diddy is going to have as well is the fact that it's so highly publicized. All these lawsuits, what about people that have been reading? Has she read a bunch of these lawsuits from these people? She read Cassie's, or she knew about Cassie's. So did you add the actual assaults on top of it because that's how other people are getting money? That's kind of how they're pulling it, trying to pull it in. Like, and what happened is, even though she's alleging, forced labor and all of that, which is one of the alleged predicate acts, even though she's alleging that, of course, he's going to try to say it wasn't forced labor. But then on top of that, if I can't believe you on this, then I can't believe you on that. That's what I was saying, how lie detectors are. You can't lie about nothing, even if it's not the main question. You lie about anything, you flunk the whole test. And so that's kind of the way the defense wants to come across. If she ain't being honest about this alleged, first of all, he ain't do it. Like, stop trying to, he jacked up, but he ain't this dang on jacked up. And if they can try to get the jury to place doubt in her testimony at all, then maybe they'll take away the weight of her testimony. And again, that's one of the predicate acts. So that's their job. Like, they're supposed to, as the defense, you poke holes in the story. No story is perfect, but some are just, you just like, I ain't even consider. And I polled juries at the end of trials, and it's been times where the person I thought was a good witness, they was like, we didn't really believe she had a real good relationship with her daughter, like she said. And I'm looking like, dang, I thought the mama was pretty cool. And then you get some where you think your client ain't the best, and they like, oh, I just felt so bad for him. And you like, huh? So you just hope that you can place it in the light where the jury is looking at it from that lens of, if she lied about this, she'll lie about that. So let's just place little to no weight on her testimony. And I've had jurors say, oh, we didn't even consider them. Like, we were like, they lying off jump. They showed that they were in Texas at the time, so they were lying. So we just didn't even consider them at all. So that's what they're trying to do as the defense. They're trying to make it where they poke enough holes where you make it like, I'm not even going to really put much weight on her testimony at all. Sandra said, this is also triggering for years. Every time I saw a car that looked like my abuser's car, I would freeze up. Wow, Sandra, I'm sorry to hear that. The defense don't have to prove that he is innocent. They just need to show doubt. Right. It's not their burden of proof. It's for the prosecutors. And I think we do have, and even kind of in my verbiage, sometimes it feels like you're shifting the burden. And yes, you always need to come back. Thank you for reminding us, Cheney. I always have to come back to, it's not the defense's burden to prove. Their job is to place doubt, because all you need is reasonable doubt. And I think they're doing the best they can with that, with some of these allegations. And most of it is the text messages. And it seems like everybody still wants to be connected and stay connected to Diddy. It don't matter what he allegedly did to them. And then you have to look at all these people came out after people started hitting them with lawsuits trying to get millions of dollars. So of course they're going to use that as a lot of this as a money grab. They see one person getting $1 quadrillion, they're like, next. They probably trying to do the same thing. They wanted to, to put that in the eyes of the jury. Okay, Annette, you gonna have to go in timeout because you can't be cussing like that up in my chat. I'm sorry. Nebra said journalists present in court today are saying Steele's cross was crossing today. That's what I'm getting from it. You know what I'm saying? No, I agree, Scott L. Just because you say, I love you, don't mean they're in love with you. There's a difference. I can agree with that. So, y'all make sure you hit this like button, because the way I'm kicking people up out of here, shoot, we ain't gonna have that many on here. All right, let's go. So it's 27 times. She says she don't remember the number. So it could be 27, it could be more, it could be less. Do you remember telling you don't remember how many times you were actually assaulted? She said, I don't know if I phrased it that way. This has ruined you, right? You are broken. Yes. He being very condescending. The actual abuse was part of the way he ruined me. Yes. You wrote, thank you for being the good kind of crazy, inspiring me every day. I don't think people wrote bad stuff about their life on Instagram back then. Why'd you promote it? Like, you ain't have to write anything. That's what they saying. It was my job to promote. It was a cycle of ups and downs. When he was calling me his best friend, I wasn't afraid of him. You weren't afraid of the man who stole your innocence? Objection, overruled. That is what they said. He said that he took, You have family? She said parents, a sister, and friends. And the government said time frame. When you posted this, you still had friends. I had no sounding board. I had to get permission to go to my grandfather's funeral. The jury saw an email with D-Rock. You could express yourself, right? I reached out to him. What's this? My friends at Funny or Die, I'm in the video. What did you write? You know you are a celebrity when you are spraying champagne at Funny or Die. And what is this? My birthday post for Justin Puff's son. And this one, Ciroc promo, hashtag. You are in it with Mr. Combs. Yes. Do you ever say anything that Mr. Combs violated you? Never. Here, Puff and Jimmy Iovine, legends. He's traumatized you? Yes. You wrote, watch Puff tonight on Fuse today. I convinced him to make a door on his TV set and call it the Diddy door. You post a picture of the person who has ruined your life and my boss who made you post this. He said, who made you post this? She said, no one. So she posting all this stuff from the person that triggers you when he calls you and throws phones behind you throwing phones behind the couch, but you're posting all these nice things about him. How do you forget about waking up with a man on top having his way with you? I was in fear of upsetting him the moments other than when we were best friends. How are you best friends with a man you say RAPE'd you? Ask my therapist. They need to ask my chat because y'all like to diagnose people. So what's her problem, chat? What are you guys gonna diagnose her with? Miss Lady said, I think she was just playing the game. Wayne said, oh, still got her. We will catch up soon. Raynette said, not guilty or guilty. P. Diddy. It's disgusting and a reputation. I would never want to be near him. Okay. Daria has said Stockholm Syndrome. Okay, that's what y'all said. Kelly said liabilities. I'm not doing this. PTSD. Yes, she said she got PTSD. Tiff says she's a little smart ass. That's the diagnosis, Tiff. Shay says, shoot, I'm not a meteorologist. I can't call it. Alexis said, I can understand her situation as someone who experienced spousal essay. Spousal might be, all essay is bad, but I think spousal sends you, I'm going to say it's different. And the reason why I'm going to say it's different for this reason, it used to be looked upon different. A stranger, a boss, or any of that, it always was inappropriate. When it came to spousal, it took a while for them to even consider it to be a crime. They used to say that your spouse could not do that because in theory they looked at women as their property, right? We didn't have the right to vote. It wasn't that long that we didn't have a right to vote. We're the property of our husbands. And so I think a lot of that is ingrained that your spouse isn't capable of it. So it's a whole different thing where I think you battle with that. Is it really that? And I'm married to him. So it's a little bit different. I mean, the crime is what it is, but I'm just saying, like, it's just, she's saying she's an employee and she continued to post about him and do all of this when it came to him, which I think any jury will look at it a little sideways, just a little bit. Peachy Bama said, I can't comprehend it. Ray Bishop said, wives do the same, embrace the good days and dread the bad ones. I think people in DV relationships, that's what they do, for sure. Scott L said codependency. Okay, look at y'all. Y'all all smart. Shanice said it can be both ways for all of them. He's doing all this and that. Meanwhile, they choose to be around him. The jury remember that about all their stories. Seems like she was willingly sleep. Well, we don't know that yet. Have we got that yet? Posting is a job protection. It's from a lady 747. Ray said, just like Cassie, she had to please him or suffer the consequences. Miss Lady said, I say she was just playing the game like being on any job, but you play the game even when you don't like your boss or job to keep up appearances, in my opinion. Yeah, and there's some people like that. Everybody like me. I walked around. I'll be like, keep your job. That's why I work for myself now. Oh, what? You think you're going to cuss me out? You can keep your job, okay? And take your little laptop. I know I was the best employee you had up in here. You can take your job and do what you will with it, okay? And I had kids, so I've always been the walk away person. So yeah, I done told a number of them to keep their job. So I try to relate with other people that's not like that. And I know it takes a different person to be like that, and everybody isn't like that. So I do try to take that into consideration, that my experiences and what I do is not on everybody else. But then you know, some people are like me and they have my experiences and they may be on the jury. So they may not understand it. So yeah. All right, let's move on. What did you write? Mia said, F off, patron, with the photo of Puff dancing with his tequila, or maybe it's Patron. F off, Patron, with a photo. Oh, sorry. So maybe it was F the, like she messed up. off Patron. I'm sorry, y'all know I sound a little, take me a while to comprehend. With a photo of Puff dancing with his tequila. And in this photo, Mr. Combs is close to you. Yes, you are producing the show. Funny or Die did it, but I was getting producer credit. So she got producer credits, but she wasn't one producing the show. Can we get a sidebar? The judge said, we'll give the jurors their lunch break and we'll stay and hash it out. Or rise. So then the AUSA said the witness was not burden to bring forth evidence to support her claims. It is our burden. Oh, the witness has no burden to bring forth evidence to support her claims. It is our burden. The judge said, Mr. Steele, you'll have to ask, does she have texts or emails or something she'd have knowledge of? Understood. Then it was a break. And then the government said they just gave us a video they say they intend to use in violation of the court's order. Oh, Mr. Steele. And he said, it is a very short video, a happy birthday to Mr. Combs in 2014. It shows her demeanor. The judge said it's cumulative. Why wasn't it turned over earlier? Steele said, I only got it last night. It's video and audio. The court should know I gave over impeachment days ago. I don't do that. I know the court doesn't know me. How long? 8 seconds. The government said, no, it's 20 seconds. And they gave us the exhibits before and after this one, 1749 and 1751. I don't know why they withheld this one. I don't understand what you just said. What did you decide? When did you decide to use it? He said yesterday. So they excluding it. So they done found a video, I guess, of her at a birthday party, probably all happy and stuff. Let me see. Is that the video I saw? It might be. Okay, so then Shapiro said, I understand it's 30 seconds. It shows her different than how she's presented herself here. And then when was it marked with the number? I don't know. We had to redact it. When did the defense team review it? Yesterday. Why was it not reviewed? We didn't even think of it until we saw how she presented herself. How is that possible? And then Agnifilo said, let me try. The judge said, the court's order said you have to establish good cause. That's why I'm asking. So then Shapiro said, no, we cannot have multiple lawyers speaking on the same issue. You can ask her, did you send this video? If she says yes, it's not impeachment. And then Agnifilo said, I saw it yesterday. Her effect on the stand might be an act. Ooh. They said she over there acting. Agnifilo said, we had to talk with our client. We think the witness's effect is false. I think someone has determined who she is and sent us the video. And the judge said, take 5 minutes and confer, then answer on why there is good cause if someone sent to you at 1 a.m. Oh my God. Yes, it's a plot twist. Listen, it's always something going on in this trial. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. Never a dull moment in the Diddy trial over there at the Southern District of New York. That's the littest place to be. Every YouTuber is over there. Lawyers are over there watching. Let me see. Can we just email everyone our position? The judge says, sure. And of course, Inner City is like, and when it's gonna go to the public docket, because we want to know what your emails say. So then Shapiro says, some people on the internet think they have figured out who Mia is. We got this video also from random people on the internet. We don't think this was ever posted on her social media. It was on some random website. Should we show it to you? Ooh. Video is shown, but not on the public screen in the gallery. It has already been redacted, they say. So why not on the public screen? This is inner city, like, why y'all not letting us see it? For the public to know what is excluded or included. The government said they waited until the direct was over. The judge said, when did the defense see it? He said, yesterday. When was it March 1750? I don't know. The judge said the video is precluded. After the number of social media posts the defense has used, it is cumulative. The defense's theory, dubious. Can I ask if she sent it? He said yes. Then still said, I'm going to ask about scrapbooks. The prosecutor and I have disagreements. I have 3 copies, one for the jurors to pass around. The honorable prosecutor and I disagree. The judge said, you give it to them for a couple of minutes, bring me it back, then the jury. Oh, the Breakfast Club. What is the Breakfast Club? The name of our camp. Plus friends group still partying at breakfast. I was invited in once. Oh my God. I know exactly what they're talking about. Yes, a lot of people that know who she is because okay, we're going to see what the next thing is. Could this be why they called for a mistrial? When did they call for a mistrial? They called for one a couple of times before. Are you saying they did it recently? Questions. Yeah, I heard that she was extremely traumatized yesterday, but how does one moment of happiness negate how she felt talking about the experiences? I'm going to try to see if I understand what you're asking me. When you say one moment of happiness, I guess that's what's throwing me off because they're showing several, like the judge said, it's cumulative that there's another video of, unless you're specifically just talking about that video that they're talking about. And why the judge said it was cumulative is because apparently they got several Instagram posts and videos and other things of this lady. And she seems like she's next to him, she's not scared of him, and there's different occasions. So that's why it's cumulative because it's already been basically you can get what you could pick up what the government, what the defense is putting down. Like you're traumatized, he raped you, he did this, he did that, but you still want to hang out with him. You still posting positive things. You're saying Diddy is your best friend. She never said Diddy was her best friend on direct, but when she was confronted with it, that's when she was like, he was my best friend at times. So to say one moment of happiness, I think it's more giving, like what Diddy said about his relationships, that he has these bouts, and people probably walk on eggshells like a person who was in a domestic violence relationship where somebody is want to be controlling and all of that stuff. So, you know who she is? Oh, okay. Okay, stay in the bushes, INTGG, as long as you watching now. Define best friend. That's what work in progress says. That could be too. Power Dynamics said it sounds like she did some serious I just can't. One of my biggest things is walking on eggshells. I don't like when I don't know how you're going to wake up. If you look in your face like you just got an attitude, you just ain't talking to nobody all day. I don't like that type of stuff. To me, that's like abusive. So my level of abusive is so low that I guess you hit me is really out of control. But like to me, like ignoring me or stuff, like I don't like that type of stuff. So I can't walk on eggshells. I'd rather not be around you. Friends are like friends, relationships, whatever it is. I just rather not be around you. I don't like that. Like not knowing what you get. Like I'm not saying I don't have bad days. I got days where I gotta go and walk and go to the gym or whatever because I sometimes I wake up and I don't like myself. Okay. So I certainly don't want to be around anybody else where I'm gonna take it out on them. But that's a level of maturity and emotional intelligence that you're human and you're entitled to feel overwhelmed and you're entitled to feel like you're doing so much and you're entitled to get tired. But you are never entitled to take out all that on other people. And so people that are like that, I just can't to be like, I don't know how they gonna wake up. Let me look at their eyes. Are they gonna swing on me today? I can't live like that. To me, that's a level of anxiety that anybody would have. Walking on eggshells for somebody, you don't know if they're gonna love you today or hate you tomorrow. Like I can't do it. So yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not keeping up with the trial, just asking. Oh, okay, that part. Bishop, Ray Bishop. I was gonna call you Bishop Ray. Bishop said my ex-wife was RIP by her brother. He admitted it and told her she was the best he ever had. What? How weird is that? For years, even with trauma, she tried to maintain a loving relationship with him. It was frustrating. I mean, it's probably a lot behind that, depending on how they grew up. If something happened to him, like that. Maybe that's. Hopefully, she in therapy to try to work through that. But that, from a non-professional standpoint, that sounds a bit weird to me. But I don't know everything behind it, so I don't want to say that. I don't know all of the circumstances. I don't know why you would want to. I just wouldn't want to be around somebody like that. Family or not. Maybe because they gotta go to people, they gotta all go to the same house for Thanksgiving. I don't know. Oh, they were adopted. She felt like he's all the blood. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It must be something behind it, like some psychology behind it. Maybe like rejection, abandonment, and that's what people with that are adopted deal with. Rejection, abandonment. So I'm sorry to hear that, Ray. That is horrible. And it's probably hard to maintain relationships too. Not to get in your business. I know you said ex-wife, but Ray, we know you a little gigolo out here too, so I can't say it was just her. But I'm sure that would definitely affect the marriage. Abusers can see through broken people and seek them out. Yeah. So you attract what you are a lot. You know what I'm saying? You attract. Sometimes you know where you are in life by who you attract. You said, listen. All of the witnesses so far have described an environment built on intermittent reinforcement. The breadcrumbing keeps victims vying for the abuser's approval. It's almost like an addiction. That's from Alexis. That was so intelligent. You know what I'm saying, Alexis? Look how she phrased that. That was just, my goodness. Thank you so much for the comment, Alexis. I don't care what William McCray called you a gigolo. Ray, I didn't know that. I was just, I see how you be, a little flirting in the chat with some of these people. So I know you know what I'm saying? You be body with some of these women on the internet. So I'm just joking. Kelly said, I can see trying to please him, but I can't see having him around her newborn baby if he did that. Oh, you had a prophecy he told you? Oh, gosh. I don't even want to know, Ray. I don't even want to know. Okay, let's see if we got some more action. Some more action on the tweets. They was trying to, people emailing y'all like, did you see this? This homegirl right here, she full of it. That is messed up. People like, nah, we know who she is. Y'all might as well cut the crap. She kind of gave clues to who she was, though, because if y'all picked it up, it's easy to figure it out, I think. But All right. So we have a few more tweets here. So then they asked about what is the Breakfast Club? The name of our camp, plus friends group still partying at breakfast. I was invited in once. Still said this message from South Africa, you pounded hashtag. It was, how us old people still saying pound, like how you do on the phone. Press pound 65. It's like you pounded hashtag this Diddy fan club. Yes, it was run by a girl who shamelessly promoted Puff. She was so sweet. He supposedly drugged and RIP'd you on his birthday, November 4th. How did you not mark that? I wanted to forget it. I pushed it out. Are you finished? Still is out here. Yes, you put aside, you say, you saw Mr. Combs abuse your sister, your best friend Cassie. You put it aside and post this. Yes. You wrote this. You wrote this? Puff at iHeart. Andrew says socialization has a lot to do with it as well. Women are taught consciously and unconsciously that it's our responsibility to control men's actions. What we're wearing, were you flirting? Did you lead him on? Yeah, and even the church does that. Why do you think women wear lap scarves in the front? Not that the pastors and the deacons should have some form of discipline. Is you shouldn't do anything to entice the pastor or the deacons. Just saying. Michi says, so Diddy is a Scorpio. Does it all make sense to you now, Michi 3? Why you asked that? I don't do the astrology thing, so I need to know why you say that. Does the Scorpio explain it all for you? Because I need to know. Because my daughter, the one right here that's jumping around, she's on the 5th. So I need to know. What are y'all saying exactly? He said, because y'all are to help me. If you don't sit down somewhere, sit down, Ray. Have several seats. He said, I don't want no smoke. I'm going to respect the witness wishes but I'm assuming it's the witness in that video. Yeah, don't because the court made some strict instructions that even the sketch artist could not even do her face, like no features. So there's a blank face, and then you have like her hair and all of that stuff. But that's it. But yeah, I think the majority of people know who she is. I'm just saying. That's what they say, power dynamic. Oh my gosh. Michi said, just his birthday is November. I'm a Scorpio too, but I'm not crazy. How we know, Michi girl? How we know? That part said exactly, just nasty. So that's supposed to explain the nastiness of him? Is that what you're saying? Miss Buckeye said no. We're not trying. I'm just trying to understand. You are funny to me. You not Michi? Okay. Why make her anonymous when her testimony technically exposes her, probably is what you're saying? But maybe they don't think people gonna look that hard, but they must not have been seeing all the people fighting. They got 2 overflow rooms for people that are willing to watch this on video, even though they can't go in the courtroom. So I don't know why they wouldn't think that people would be nosy as hell and go try to figure out who she is. I ain't even try to figure out who she is. I was sent it. So Okay, we still don't have anything new. And you said that's in court. We not in court. Well, y'all do it. I am an officer of the court. I ain't about to do it, even if I'm doing it not as a lawyer, you know. That's why I have my disclaimer. This is not, I'm not acting in that capacity aside from educational purposes. I am not anybody's lawyer and I'm not giving legal advice. But I still have a deference and a respect for the court that I practice in. So, and for the profession that I chose to practice in. So I'm not going to do that. Can you see what the comments are to inner city? Okay, let's see. I can't see it. Let me go through here. They said Diddy is tampering still, paying people to put ish on the internet. Man, get to your point still. Mia loved her job. The nothing soup. Puff is a bad man, but seems like they were willing to take the good with the bad because it would further their own goals and aspirations. It's a choice to stay. I don't see anyone being forced. Then Ida, she's about to explain, psychologically. Has Steele ever heard of displacement? If you as a victim can't change something, you take it as it is and try to pretend it never happened to the point where it catches up with you ice cold. And then Amber said, is he badgering the witness? Are you finished? I can't tell because we don't know the tone. It's cross-examining, Amber. It's okay. A tweet every 6 to 10 minutes is stress inducing. They like waiting on these next tweets is stressing me out. These people getting anxiety waiting on the next tweet. So Barbie said, in other words, Steele is saying you were posting all on social media. Why didn't you post that you were graped if it happened like you said it did? Now, I don't think that's what he's saying because I don't know too many people that would just put that out there like, Puff did this to me. I don't think they're going to do that. I think the problem is multiple years after it happened, she still chose to be with him and post him and say how great he was and all of that years later. So I think that's more of what the point is of the cross. So yeah. I don't know, Elite Leo. They really be bad. Like you supposed to just sit over there and just don't do. All you have is cross to create reasonable doubt. All you have is cross examination. It's very very crucial and important. That's why I wish Nicole Westmoreland was doing a little bit more of it. However, people really believe because the information provided by the witness sounds egregious. If you're as a defense attorney, you're supposed to sit there and not question anything. You're supposed to just let your client go straight to prison, do not pass go. That's not what you're paid for. Like that's not what your job is. Your job is to protect their rights and to fight for your clients zealously. Like you have to be a zealous advocate. You can't just sit there and be like, dang, that do sound messed up. Let me just let the jury believe everything they say. And I'm just gonna sit here and twiddle my thumbs. It's like people get mad that you're actually questioning the person and what they've done. That's literally what your job is. You can get grieved for that. You think if Steele and them all 10 of them attorneys just sit there, Diddy ain't gonna call that state bar immediately? Like they really and they take it personal. Like people will be like, and you do have to deal with that because I remember doing cases when I was doing criminal 10 or so years ago. And my son, who was in high school, he had to deal with that, where it was like if it was a high profile case and they had you on television. That's why I never did press conferences. I never did anything because I had kids. And I know the thought process. So if you're dealing with somebody who is accused of unaliving someone, people be automatically thinking if the police arrested you, you did it. Not knowing sometimes the police plant evidence. The police just want to close a file. The police didn't evaluate 2, 3 other suspects. It's been cases where other suspects have basically confessed, and they still make your client go through the entire process because they want to save face. It's a reputational thing. And so they will take it out like how your mama actually represent them people. Like they take it personal. So I had to like really pick and choose like who I was like. Some things were bad, like kind of they were accused of some egregious things, but if it wasn't on television, it was like better than if it was, because people would take it out on you. Like I've had people follow me to the elevator. You do all of this so you can have a Louis bag and some Gucci shoes. It's like, dude, this is literally my job. If he did what he did, the government got to prove it. Just it's simple as that. It's like you want to make it seem like I was with him and I had a mask or something and whatever they being accused of doing. That's how they make it seem like when you're the defense attorney, you're part of the crime, like you're in the conspiracy or something. I don't know. There are very few clean hands in this trial. Did he look for broken people? That's from SH Play 2. Central Park 5, most signed confessions are non. Yes, they do coerced confessions are actually a real thing. And it was a real egregious case here where there was a coerced confession. And the crazy part is while he was in there confessing, it was the actual serial unaliver. And he was in custody at the same time. And he was telling them, yo, I did that too. Because once he got, he just started admitting to he had been unaliving folks for years and getting paid. So he's telling you while being locked up, yo, little 14-year-old in there, he ain't really did it. And he was intellectually delayed and all these other issues. And he had been in there for a while. They set it up for him to basically say, oh, yeah, that is what happened. I was there. And it was considered a coerced confession. And you got somebody confessing to it. And he still did 7 years. So now he get out finally. He sues y'all and get $1 million a year. For what? Because y'all just wanted to do what? On a coerced confession. So let the law does what it's supposed to do. So yeah, anyways. So then what are you doing here? Promoting Puff's appearance on Blackish. It's a comedy show. Were you aware of the Me Too movement? That was a great movement. Yes. What are these? Me and Puff at Burning Man when on Blackish. You loved Miss Ventura. You meant every word on your social media account. I didn't mean every word on my account, but I do love Cass. What's this? A pop-up shop for D-Rock's brand, Invisible Bully. What a name. Invisible Bully. You promoted Mr. Combs? Yes. See, that's why I be coming on a couple hours later because I don't be having patience to wait for the next tweet. And I know he's doing the best he can. And we appreciate inner city press. Cassie, Capricorn, now Sarah all took over a decade of abuse from this human who has a God complex. God complex is a really good term. For what? Lifestyle, a hit record, friendship. I don't know. They wanted to, and then Capricorn still wanted a job a year ago. And they had to tell her, Puff under investigation, right? You were one of the employees, so you about to be called to the government. So why would I have you working for me? And then every witness has kept in touch with him, wished him well. It's odd. I don't know. A lot of this is odd. Invisible Bully was Biggie's clothing line Diddy gave to D-Rock. Thank you so much, Lachey Mitchell, for giving us the historical background. You said I'm trying to put it together for real. Pam, when are you going to New York? We need you in the house to bring us the tea. I'll probably go when Diddy puts his case on. because apparently he's gonna. Because I, if Diddy testify, I need to be in the house. I'm just saying. So, and that's the way my schedule will permit. A lot of stuff I do on Zoom, but I do have like in person stuff. Like almost every week for the next 2, 3 weeks, I have something that I actually have to go in person, which is uncommon, honestly. Like that I have to go. Usually in federal court, they make you go in person. They don't do stuff on Zoom like that here. But for state court, they literally do. It's been times I've been live and I just go in the next room and do my hearings and come back. So the way my schedule is, I just, they don't care about Diddy. You know what I'm saying? They want me to do my job. They don't. I'm like, times out. Can we reschedule this? They like, what's the problem? I need to go to New York to go see what's really happening in that courtroom. That might not be a good excuse for the judge. So he said they all ran in the same circle and kept contact in some way. Why did they not all band together sooner to take them out for the abuse? They all were aware of each other's abuse. Allegedly, yeah. That Paul said, "Oh, wow, I was thinking about the Central Five because someone asked what movie and documentary we should talk about. They also are currently in litigation with Trump. They sued him for defamation, and Trump tried to file a motion to dismiss the case, and he actually lost that motion. So now they have to. Thank you, Cheney. I appreciate that. Um, they actually lost their motion, so now they have to go to trial. I don't know how that's going to go with him being a sitting president, but that's above my pay grade. Nothing new. Okay, let me search YouTube and see if it's something we missing out here. Let me see. See nothing. Let me see what Shade Room got to say. Because sometimes they'll ask some additional information because they got somebody in there. Let me see. Not to get off topic, but I heard he was going to pardon the guy that unalived George Floyd. It wouldn't shock me. Definitely wouldn't shock me, Michi3. Dad Pod said, I feel like Pam is training us. I need some of y'all to go to law school. You might as well. We might as well be co-counsels in the courtroom. Fine 9J. And don't be talking about you too old and none of that. Because when I went to law, first of all, this is my second career. I actually used to work with people with mental health, not from the psychological standpoint, but I used to train them to be able to work out in the community. So they would clean up like DSWs and would go out and all of that type of stuff so that they could have their own income when they had different disabilities. They had mental health and disabilities. So that was my first, you know what I'm saying? Now they paid for, like, they gave you reimbursement for college and stuff. So I went there with a purpose. It was a nonprofit. Then I went to law school in my 30s. And when I went to law school, the crazy part is literally there were people there that, like, one lady, I remember her saying, I raised all 6 of my kids. I always wanted to be a lawyer. And so my husband paid for me to go to law school. So people literally were like, it was a father and son. It was somebody that was like 65, and him and his son went together to graduate, to go to law school. He always wanted to go. So there's literally like, and I did, of course, I had kids by then, so I had a full-time job while I went. So I actually went to law school on the weekend. I went on Saturdays and Sundays. Then I got tired of like never having a day off. So I did that the first semester because I was excited, obviously, because I regretted it. Because I was like, I literally have no days off because I'm working Monday through Friday. So then I ended up just going to school like on Tuesdays and Thursdays in the evenings so I could have my weekends. And I went and I went through in 3 years. So it's so many different age ranges, and they make it where if you are a person that may be more mature, have families, whatever. It's not like you leaving directly out of undergrad and going to be a lawyer. Them days is, I ain't gonna say they over, but that ain't necessarily how it is. So okay. What? So the shade room has, wait a minute. Suge Knight urges Diddy to testify in trial in order to humanize himself. Why is Suge Knight giving people advice? Huh? Peachy Bama said, that's how I did my master's. I graduated this month and now I'm looking for it. Hey, congratulations, Peachy Bama. That is cool. Thank you for telling me that. I feel better about it. Yes, Christine, come on over to this. We need some good people. These lawyers these days, I don't know. All these grown and heavily abused adults circle back to get in his good graces. They did. I don't know why, Livy P. We trying to figure it out. Now with so many part-time programs, there are more. There are. Gloria said, my brother is an attorney, so I've learned a little about proxy. Shout out to my brother counsel then. Thank you, Kelly. She said, you got to do what you got to do, Kelly. Michi said, well, at 60, my brain doesn't work like it used to, but it still works. Okay. It still works. You ain't say it don't work. You said it doesn't work like it used to. And the thing that I learned is I did better in law school because I was older. And I say that because in undergrad, honestly, it was like when I went to college, it was you go to high school, you go to college. Like all of me, like I have 6 siblings. All of us have graduated from college, and all of us have post grad degrees of some sort. I have a Juris Doctor. I have a brother that has a PhD. So we have like the higher levels, but like I have sisters with a couple of masters. My brother has a master's. Like my little sister that's like 30, I think she's getting her master's now. But like, so we've all been through it. But for me, my undergrad was lit. Okay. So I just was praying I got into law school. So I kind of came in pretty much with them side eyeing me. But law school was easier for me because I was at a point in my life where I really wanted to do it. So I loved going. I loved the competitions. We used to compete against other law schools. I like I was ready to go. I don't think I was ready for undergrad. Like I think I should have waited. Like when people take a year off after high school, I kind of agree with that. I'm saying make sure you got a plan, but because sometimes you go straight to college and then you end up on academic probation and they don't care, the colleges, they just want your money. So to me, a lot of them student loans can be another form of slavery, but that's another topic. Um, so it worked out better for me the way that I did it later on because I was more serious about it. And I didn't want to waste my money and I ain't had no time to be wasting my money. Right. And I had a family, so that was that. So then Steele says, so you're saying this is not the way you felt? Objection, argumentative. Sustain. How about the you are the best unicorn rock star alien? I was trying to say it unique. So it looked like they just going over her Instagrams. Who are the people in the photo? Mama Combs, Christian, D Rock, Fahim, Tron. And then Inner City Press said during these IDs, Combs is whispering to Agnafilio. You worked through March of 2017. It was confusing. On December 6, 2016, you were notified. So we have to see what happens after that. I found out that older students are always the best because they are focused. Yeah, you don't got time. Just like when it was time for the bar to study for the bar, I had no time to be playing. Like I had certain hours. I didn't have time to have ADHD. I ain't had time to be on the internet. Had time for none of that because I knew I had them 3, 4 hours in the night to study for the bar, to do my bar prep, and then I had to go to work. I only took the last 2 weeks off before I took the bar. So like the week before I took off to study, and then I took the bar the next week. So I did go to evening bar prep for like a couple of months, but I just did the evening kind of covering when I got out of school. But I had friends who quit their job and they like literally studied for 3, 4 months for the bar. I didn't have time for that. And so I did very well on the bar, but I felt like for me, I didn't need extras. Like I think I would have wasted time if I like quit my job. I couldn't afford it no way. You know, I had a family to take care of. But I think that if I would have done that, it wouldn't have worked for me. I think that I needed to have, you only got from 6 to 10. And also, I had a son who, part of his high school, he was going to school to be a chef. So for my other 2 kids, I didn't have to like fix anything. I would come home from law school probably at by 10 o'clock because it was maybe like 30, 45 minutes away. So I went to school from 6 to 9. Now I come back home at 10 on most nights. Sometimes we would have groups if it was around finals and we would pick a spot and then everybody be there for like 3, 4 in the morning. Then I get up and go to work the next day. But like he would have my plate in the oven. Like I didn't have to cook. So I had help with my son. But yeah, I think that I was a person that needed to have limited time because I had to make the best of the time. And I hope it encourages somebody. I'm just telling people because I think the best people are the unqualified people. We all think we're unqualified. People think like being a lawyer is so unreachable. It's not. It was so random when I went. I don't even think my family believed that I was really in law school. Like how I was doing it, they probably was like, there is no way that she is able to go through all of this until I sent them invitations. They like, dang, she really went to law school. She really graduating. Like what? Because I talked about it when I was a kid, but that was it. Like once I actually started having kids and all that, I just kind of put it out of my mind. And I was like, I'll be a paralegal so I can be in the law. And then I just had the right person encourage me, my mentor, that was like, you got it. And I didn't have no lawyers in my family. I went to school with a bunch of people who their dads were lawyers, their mom was lawyers, so they had legacy. They were paralegals for 30 years. I went in there like not knowing anything. When I did competitions, I learned how to do a lot of this stuff while I was in law school, and a lot of people came in with the knowledge. They have mock trials here. Apparently they have a lot of high schools in Michigan, some of the ones in the more affluent neighborhoods of which they have like trial competitions. A lot of them were doing trial competitions since they were in the ninth grade. We didn't really have that in Detroit public schools. When I graduated, I tried to get some Detroit public schools to do it, and I agreed to train some. But a lot of times they would back out because it was like you didn't feel like you were at the superior level as the other schools that have been competing for years. So it was kind of, but I never got intimidated. Like I still went to like, law school without any for real guidance or anybody that I could call. Like, what does this mean? I had to literally learn from scratch. So I encourage people, and there were people, like I said, at different ages. It was some that graduated from college and that just graduated. Then you had some that was like, I done had 2 careers and I always wanted to be a lawyer, so I went back. So that's all. I hope it encourages somebody. Life ain't been no crystal stairs. That's all I'm saying. Danielle said, I'm an incoming 1L this fall. I have a 3-year-old and work full time. He's starting pre-K in the fall. He's encouraging it's a part-time program. You can do it, Danielle. You're going to be fine. Trust me. I had a couple of kids, child. Had just had a kid too when I went. My son, he'll be 19 this year. Yeah. Robert Mathis said he isn't. Yeah, of course, Michi, I'll be your mentor. Robert said Diddy is in charge with running the call. Who said that? Who said he had a cult going on? Let me see. So then Mia said, so then wait a minute. Still said on December 6, 2016, you were notified. Mia said I was getting mixed messages. And then Steele said, what was this? Mia said I was promoting the Bad Boy reunion tour. I was doing the documentary on. Steele said, I'm going to show you something. DX 1700. She said, I remember this. You did this? It was nice of me. I'm like, what? Yep, he makes he'll make intros and outros. Like he'll go to the studio and do it. If you want, just inbox me. I'm sure he will. I ain't gonna say he do it all the time, but he'll do it if I, tell him to do it. Shoot. He's 30, but he still gotta listen. Thank you so much, Granny the Great, for the super chat. That is so kind of you. You giving all my kids money today? Okay, let me check my IG. I got you. Oh, wait a minute. What? Oh.
Back then, he has since found himself in some very
It's about
serious
Diddy.
trouble.
Yeah, that's true.
Would you ever consider pardoning him?
Well, nobody's asked. You had to be the one to ask, Peter, but nobody's asked. But I know people are thinking about it. I know they're thinking about it. I think some people have been very close to asking. First of all, I'd look at what's happening, and I haven't been watching it too closely, although it's certainly getting a lot of coverage. I haven't seen him. I haven't spoken to him in years. He used to really like me a lot, but I think when I ran for politics, he sort of that relationship busted up. From what I read, I don't know. He didn't tell me that, but I'd read some little bit nasty statements in the paper all of a sudden. It's different. You become a much different person when you run for politics and you do what's right. I could do other things, and I'm sure he'd like me, and I'm sure other people would like me, but it wouldn't be as good for our country. As we said, our country's doing really well because of what we're doing. So it's not a popularity contest. So I don't know. I would certainly look at the facts. If I think somebody was mistreated, whether they like me or don't like me, it wouldn't have any impact on me.
So that is Trump on the question of pardoning Diddy. So now his team is probably about to reach out right now. Okay. Knowing that he said, oh, nobody reached out to me that I know of. I think they're close to. I heard whispers. And so this is the thing about politics. He probably ran, from the Democrat ticket and probably said some nasty things about Trump. And he like, I know you said some things about me like everybody else. But, if I feel like you being done wrong, then, it is what it is. I'm thinking he probably will get pardoned at this point. Now I'm kind of leaning towards that. If he gets convicted, I think they will pardon him. Now this is the same Donald Trump who had the meeting with Jay-Z's lawyers and them, who was representing Eric Adams, Spiro, and next thing you know, Eric Adams had a good dismissal. Now they tried to do it without prejudice, but the court said, no, that ain't how this works, and they had to do it with prejudice. Mm-hmm. A real paralegal said, Pam, could you please be my mentor if I go to law school? The chat told me to go for it. Absolutely. Thank you so much for the super chat. You got my email, or you can Google me and go send through my website. I would. I didn't have it, so I don't have a problem, doing that for other people. Because I didn't have it. Well, I ain't gonna say that. I had someone who was like I said, I made her my mentor, but she was really the only person I knew that was a lawyer. But by this time, she was pretty much retired. So she was like 65, 70. Like right now, she's in, in some, like a nursing home or whatnot. And I still go see her. But she was pretty much out the loop. But she was actually under Mayor Coleman Young, for those that know, from Detroit. She was the first Black corporation counsel. But she was an intern, so they don't put her they don't put her picture on the walls when I go downtown. That's like you're the head of the Detroit Law Department for the city of Detroit. And so they don't put her picture up there because she was interim until they found somebody. And Coleman Young was in the when he became mayor, he started hiring all black people. So they put her in. People felt like she wasn't qualified because she was fresh out of law school, because she was just there as his secretary. Then she went to law school. She ended up becoming a lawyer. And so he ended up having her, but he got a lot of pushback because she wasn't, quote, qualified. So because of that, he ended up getting a permanent person, which was a man, a black male. And when you go into the law department, you see his picture. Now I thought that was unfair because really, in theory, she's argued some great cases to help with our fire department in Detroit, our police department, so that black people can get um, promoted, because it used to be a system where it was by um, seniority. The problem with when you have stuff by seniority is because black people did not have the opportunities for some years. So that means we're always behind. And the way the laws were, it would have took like till 2032 or something crazy for a black person to become like the chief of like the fire department. And so she like fought for things like that. So she's had a couple of really good cases that she just doesn't really get, credit for. But by the time she went to a church that I used to frequent, so that's how I met her. And by the time I was, like working with her or whatever, she was already semi-retired. So I didn't get the like she been practicing since like the 70s. So I didn't really get that. So that was the closest that I had to it. She gave me opportunities, but a lot of stuff I just had I wasn't scared. I've never been scared to go to court like that. You get nervous, and I think you should always be nervous because you want to do a good job. You shouldn't be nervous because you're not prepared. That's a problem. You should be nervous because you always want to do a good job for your client. So I still get nervous when I go to court, but it's just because I want the best outcome for my client. And so with that, she allowed me to do cases. When people came to her, she'd be like, all right, you can do it. So when I first got out, I had a lot, had a decent amount of cases because she wasn't practicing. I didn't know what I was doing half the time. They probably didn't know they was guinea pigs, but I kind of knew what I was doing because I had read it, but I had just never done it in practice. And she gave me that opportunity. So I will forever be grateful to her for that, because she just was like, you can do it. I remember her calling me the night before for a trial. I was like, what? She was like, I didn't think it was going to go to trial. I thought we was going to settle. You want to come in? I'm like, sure. I look back at some of the stuff I did. I was like, girl, you was way too zealous. But it worked out. Like I really, still did well during that time. I have some really good stories and experiences with her. But that was all I had. Like I have a cousin now who I think just graduated law school. So maybe we getting a little, hopefully I'm encouraging people to go, even in my family, because we just didn't have it at all. We haven't had anyone that has been in it. I mentor new paralegals all the time. I had no mentor and had to learn on my own. The best paralegal that I've had never went to school for it or anything. She just had a bunch of years in. And paralegals are very, very important. And they can make or break your firm. And I think newer attorneys, I think, because they got a bar license, that they can mistreat their staff is crazy to me. Like, you need that. They're going to know the rule. You may have passed the bar, but they've actually been in the thick of things before you have. So they know the rules. They know what's required. They know, and you can lose off of not knowing rules and procedures. So they're very important. So your job is absolutely important. But when you get to a point where you're probably dang near doing what lawyers do and you're writing briefs or whatever, you probably should just go to law school, because it was full of paralegals when I went. I needed to hear. I'm glad you did, Peachy Bama. I obviously didn't intend on talking like that, but since it came up, Tyler Durden said God worked it out. He did. You like Judge Boyd? I remember. So one of my favorite judges is Judge Stephanie Boyd. She streams on YouTube and she's so smart. Yep, I follow her as well on YouTube. You know what? When it's funny you say that, Tyler, because my first paralegal / secretary that I have had when I started working, She was side-eyeing the heck out of me. And we're really tight to this day. Like, whenever I do things, if it's real complex, I usually get her. If I gotta go to trial, even though she works for someone else, I'll get her because she's very, very good at what she does and she's done it for years. But she said the same thing. She was like, "You're the first woman I worked for that I actually like." Like, what? So apparently women are tripping when they have other women paralegals. I don't know. I think I'm more of a girl's girl. So, I was there like 60 days before in the firm where we were at for like 60 days before she was like, "We're taking a trip to Vegas. Do you want to go?" I'm like, "Sure." Ain't none of us know each other. We all went to Vegas together. Then it was like the same thing with, like, we ended up going on a cruise that year. Just, we became like cool real fast. But she said the same thing, and she told me some of the stories of working with women, and she was like, it was horrible. So apparently that's been the issue for a lot of people. Well, yeah. Yes, Anthony, my son and my sister are the same age. They're 3 days apart. You caught that? My dad got remarried and got him a young tenderoni, and they had another baby. I like that you guys pay attention to detail. They are literally 3 days apart. Tyler said women get their bar card and get a BMW and attitude, then they too good for everybody. How you know I had a BMW, Tyler? Dang. You said they get a BMW and an attitude. Oh, real paralegal said facts between just the chat. The women I work with were tricky. I will never repeat this in mixed company. Cubana said I caught it too, but I let it rock. Miss Buckeye, you gonna tell my dad? Shoot, he the one had her. Shoot, ask him. I was under the impression the president can only pardon someone at the end of his term. You know what? No, you can pardon anytime. It's just people wait. I think presidents, they pardon during their presidency, but it's never really televised because it's not those type of people. But then towards the end, they do the more controversial ones on the way out that may affect their presidency. See, Trump can't run again no way, so he don't have anything to lose. He like, whatever. But if Kamala got in, people like that, or like Barack Obama, when he got in, they're going to be politically correct. To me, I don't know if he did anything controversial towards the end, but typically it's the more controversial ones they try to do on their way out the door. But yes, they do commutations, which is they commute your sentence. That's what happened with Kwame Kilpatrick. He didn't. I wonder if he's going to try to go for a full pardon because he actually helped promote Trump and all of that. But Trump commuted his sentence so that, because he had 24 years. That's our former mayor in Detroit. Had like 23 or 24 years, and he had done 7, and Trump commuted his sentence. So he actually was on a nonprofit with Anne Marie Johnson, the one that's over the SAR situation. So I wonder if he'll try to get in a pardon. I mean, he letting all these people out. He might as well let Kwame get a full pardon. Shoot. Michi said, me and my niece are 8 days apart. Mom and daughter were preggo at the same time. I'm 8 days older. It happens, man. It happens. You said the defense is chewing her. Well, y'all know, and I know it happens because, shoot, my baby is young as heck. So my kids are old enough to have kids. And I got a kid she like going auntie to kids. You know what I'm saying? And she ain't number 6. So it happens. It wasn't it wasn't on my bingo card, but it is what it is. God said, you thought you was about to be outside in the next 2 years? No, you won't be outside, my child. I was like, what is that, doctor? They was like, a heartbeat. I was like, my heartbeat? Said, no, you have another bun in the oven. I was like, in my 40s? Are you serious? I was like, I thought I was outside. And that was my story. That's my pregnancy story. I just knew I was outside. I had plans. I was like, The way I'm about to be cutting up, I'm about to be cutting up, okay? No, my child. What you will be doing is you will be changing diapers. That's what you will be doing. And you will be making formula, okay? Yes, and you will be, everywhere you go, it will be three of y'all. Just the three of us. Everywhere we go, it's us three. Everywhere we go. It happens. You said God said close the door. Man, I must have been way too happy. God was like, I was counting down, like I literally had a calendar, like he graduated 1 year, 2 months, 3 days, 2 hours. Like that's how I had it. Don't matter. It don't even matter. DJ said my girlfriend got pregnant her 40. She said she thought she had a tumor. Who's DJ? Okay. So, okay. So they put up exhibit 1700. She says, I remember this. You did this. It was nice of me. So then Steele said, you made this and gave it to Mr. Combs? She said, yes. What did you write at the top? Puff, sometimes life goes by at catastrophic speed. I hope on this day, I hope you can sit back and consider. I made this book of articles from 1991 to now. So she done made him a scrapbook of his life. Did you mean those words? Yes. He said to me, I used to look at the world the way you do, but now that I've done everything, it was sad. The man you say has ruined your life. I can tell you what my therapist has said. Still like, so you doing all of this stuff talking about you felt sorry for him and we trying to get, what are you even saying right now? And she's like, can I give you my therapist number on why she said I do what I do? He said, well, how could you do this? She said, it's called psychological abuse. No one did anything. What could be more terrible? Objection sustained. Well, you know what he was going to say. What could be more terrible than you saying somebody did something like that to you, actually? So then she said, there are textbooks out there. It's called an abusive relationship. So then Steele said, but you are not dating Mr. Combs. She said, abusive relationships are not limited to that. There were no streaming documentaries about this. No one flinched at his behavior. So then there was a sidebar. So she's explaining the psychology behind why she stayed. You said she should have brought a doctor's note, Ray. Oh my gosh. She's not explaining it well. So the shade room has, Mia undergoes tough, in all caps, cross-examination from Brian Steele after saying she and Diddy were best friends despite actual assault allegations against him. How are you best friends with a man you say RAPE'd you? So then they say Brian Steele started the defense's cross-examination of Mia. Steele asked Mia a series of questions to confirm the treatment she testified she endured while working for Diddy. Steele said, because of Sean Combs, you suffer a great deal, right? Right. Just seeing him call your number made you throw your phone. True? True. He made you do things that are unthinkable, yes? Making you sleep in a room with a lock and coming in and violating you in the most unthinkable way. True? Yes. Steele presented a 2013 social media post from Mia as evidence. Mia confirmed the post was from her personal social media account. She wrote, quote, this is what we do when you are not around. I am Diddy, Ciroc, end quote. Still questioned me about tagging Diddy in a post after alleging he RAPE'd her. Still said, you tagged him years after you say he RAPE'd you? Yes. Steele's cross continued with more evidence from Mia's social media account. He presented a post from Burning Man and questioned Mia about her previous testimony in which she alleged Diddy forced her to take drugs against her will. So Steele said, you quote, you say he made you take drugs against your will at Burning Man, but you posted about it. Yes. Mia previously testified Diddy actually assaulted her during a celebration for his 40th birthday. Steele questioned Mia about this assault and presented an old social media post of Mia wishing Diddy a happy birthday. Steele said, quote, but this message and this one, another same day posting, the anniversary of you being actually assaulted by Sean Combs, according to your testimony. She said, quote, I don't celebrate it as the anniversary of that, but it's his birthday. Steele said, quote, what did you write? She said, quote, thank you for giving me an extended family for life. You're effing funny. I love you, end quote. Mia was also shown a YouTube comedy skit showing her in a hospital gown giving birth. So it was a skit, y'all. Y'all ain't got to worry about it, talking about if Diddy was holding her newborn, that's a problem. Mia was shown a YouTube comedy skit showing her in a hospital gown giving birth with Diddy as the doctor. Mia said, quote, it was a funny video. I was proud to be in it, end quote. Mia also confirmed she referred to Diddy as her, quote, mentor and, quote, brother. In said social media post, Steele presented another birthday post from Mia to Diddy, which she wrote 5 years after she was actually assaulted. Mia confirmed she wrote, thank you for being my friends. Hashtag happy birthday, Diddy. Hashtag I'm so hot I'm throwing panties myself. So those were the hashtags. Steele presented more of Mia's social media posts, which includes photos of Diddy, promotion of some of his products, and a birthday post for his son, Justin Combs. Steele pointed out that Mia did not state she was traumatized by Diddy in the post. Instead, Mia shared happy and celebratory messages. Steele asked Mia about posting a picture of the person who has ruined her life in reference to Diddy. Mia replied, quote, and my boss. She told Steele she was not forced to make the post in question. Earlier in the cross-examination, Steele asserted Mia told prosecutors she doesn't remember how many times she was actually assaulted. He circled back on this assertion and asked, quote, how do you forget about waking up with a man on top of having his way with you? She replied, I was in fear of upsetting him the moments other than when we were best friends. How are you best friends with the man you say RAPE'd you? She said, ask your therapist.
I got something to tell you.
Sorry, my baby's showing me stationery that she wants to buy. She likes stationery. She writes all the time.
Mama, messages. So, that's probably why.
She said I have to buy her one tomorrow. Well, somebody sent you a super chat on here so I can buy it with the money they sent. Wasn't that nice of them? Okay. So they're back. Okay, they're back from the sidebar. And Steele said, where is it that you confronted him and said, you have violated me actually or otherwise? And he said, I need your help. Objection, overruled. She said, after St. Bart's, I confronted him about his behavior, not the other thing. So I guess she never confronted him about the actual assaults. So then Steele said, you told Cassie she's a superstar and should get the money. She said, I don't remember that. Steele said, aren't you lying about Mr. Combs' misbehavior? She said, I have not lied to anyone at all. He said, isn't it true it did not happen as many times as you just said? Mia said, everything I said in this courtroom is true. Steele said, why did you make him the scrapbook? She said, you could talk to an expert about sexual assault. So basically she's like, talk to my therapist. Talk to an expert. I have no answer. Could we hand the scrapbook to the jurors? The judge said, take a brief look for a couple of minutes. So she must have made a scrapbook where she made it look like Diddy was the best thing ever. She don't remember. She did the Woody. I'll recall. What you said, I'll recall. What's your name? I don't recall. Where did I don't recall. Didn't I tell y'all I ain't want to be here? I lied about everything. I lied about everything. Y'all said I gotta be here. I told y'all I just was doing what I had to do so I could get out of jail myself. I don't recall. Y'all know Woody was like that. As many times as she said, but if it's only once, that's still bad. I don't think he's talking about the actual abuse. He's saying his behavior, like being mean, irrational, whatever. I don't think he's admitting to any type of because that would be like you're admitting that it happened. And he basically said, isn't it true you lying that you never were actually assaulted? So he already established that. And he's saying it not to really think she's gonna say, yeah, she ain't about to say, I absolutely lied under oath. It's the point of he hit with all the things, all the pictures that show that she's not traumatized by him, she's not scared of him, to kind of place the doubt that she may be making this up, right? And then he goes in and says, isn't it true you're lying about this whole actual assault thing? She's like, no. He's not saying it because he expects her to say, yeah. He's already laid the foundation of things that will lead you to have a reasonable doubt as to whether it's true or not. So he's making it, with direct, you kind of create the story that you want the jury to think, as opposed to the story that the prosecution has presented, which is why you get reasonable doubt. And so that's pretty much what he's done. Like, he's like asked the question, but he don't really care what her answer is. He's like, all right, let's move on. He ain't like, Badger, are you sure? You know it ain't true. He didn't do all that. He didn't care. Like, he's like, isn't it true you just lied? She's like, no, I said everything that was true. It's like, okay, next question. Yeah. When year was the scrapbook made? The timing is important. Didn't he talk about that? I don't know if we would have to go back. I don't know if they said the please hit the like button, y'all. I appreciate that. Trina said, as a lawyer, do you think it was effective? I can't look at the jurors. I don't know. I think he did. He's doing a good job. I think he's doing a good job of what he has. You would hope it's effective, but do you know? No, you don't know. Can our therapist be subpoenaed? So I think the only way that can really happen is they make her therapist an expert, which they would have had to disclose by now. And her therapist probably ain't on the witness list either. So no, I guess the short answer is no. But also there is a confidentiality. She opened up the door. I guess she could waive privilege. There's a privilege there. She could always waive it, but I doubt it. She would have had to been somebody on the list before the trial started. We're not an ambush litigation. Yeah, you said the HIPAA laws. Yeah, you can, it would have to be that she waives the right. You can subpoena whoever you want. But if there's a privilege, you do a motion to quash the subpoena, and she would do it based on the privilege. Now, if the lady is like, I waive privilege and I want you to come, then maybe that would be different. However, there's no, like I said, ambush. They need to know who the witnesses are on both sides. And she's really given probably an expert opinion in it more than anything. So that's another situation where you have a certain date weeks prior to the trial, so that if the other side wants to challenge their expert, and if their challenges, because sometimes you can be an expert in your field, but you're not qualified for what you're going to testify to or what they're trying to elicit. So it doesn't necessarily mean you're not an expert. It just means you can't be the one to talk about coercion or whatever. So hope that answers your question. Sometimes it seems like he doing these tweets back to back, and then it's like a long pause. And then YouTube needs the edit button to make corrections for chat messages. Still was like that in the YSL case. He does a slow build. Yep. He's very patient because he was like, you say he was horrible, right? Yes. You say that he did this, da 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 da. Yes. Get you to agree to a bunch of stuff, then show things that seemingly show the opposite of what you're saying to make it be like, why would she say that? That's not what it's giving. Wow. They said Brian McKnight's son passed away. The estranged son. I wonder if he's going to go to the funeral. He passed away after battling cancer. This morning, I found out that my nephew, Nico McKnight, passed away. He'd been bravely battling cancer for the past 2 years or so. He shared in a video on TikTok. If you recall, Nico made headlines last year by calling out his estranged father for abandoning him in his sick. Like, you didn't even try to see him and you knew he was dying? Like, come on, Brian McKnight. Like, trashed straight up. That's very sad. That sucks. Sucks. All right, let's see if they got anything over here. Why it's been 9 minutes? What is happening here?
I don't know.
You don't know either? All right, let me see if I could. Maybe I need to refresh this or something. Damn. Okay, I'm going to try to find the truth. I'm going to get to the bottom of it. Thank you so much. Let me see. She always say, you got to get to the truth. She said it all. She thinks my job is getting to the truth. No, actually, that is the last thing they got on here from 10 minutes ago about them scrapbooks. So maybe they looking at the scrapbooks. I don't know. Yeah, that's the last thing they have on here. CNN has some updates. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ray. Thank you so much. Thank you, Danielle, for the cash app. I appreciate it. Let me see CNN. Not you, Danielle. You ain't send me no cash apps. I'm talking about somebody else. She talking about some. You're welcome. See how people just take credit? I did it. Yeah, they got the same name as you. Yeah. You have such a pretty name. Mm-hmm. Let me see what CNN says. Child, she said thank you, like for real. Like she just handed me $20 or something. All right, let me see. CNN said 8 minutes ago, Mia, a former assistant to Sean Diddy Combs, who says she was physically and actually abused by the rapper, said there was a difference between her logic brain and her trauma brain. Quote, why did you need someone else saying that it was wrong of Mr. Combs to make you feel like he would unalive you? Brian Steele asked her. Mia responded that she has a logic brain and a trauma brain, and the trauma brain often wins. Quote, eventually it becomes normalized, and you're just trying to get back. Eventually it becomes normalized, and you're just trying to get back to the good. You make excuses for people. I'm a people pleaser. I'm an empath. I'm a rule follower, she testified. Quote, I just wanted to do my best and make everybody happy all the time. So I tend to take a lot of more than normal people. I don't know how to explain that. I don't know if I should apologize for that. I forgive people all the time for things, she said. See the picture they got on her? So this is why I say, like, the open-ended questions, that's just one thing I don't really like about how Brian Steele, and some of them have been doing it. I get it, every now and then you can't get away with just all leading, but to give her an expert, she pretty much then gave some scientific explanation of why she's the way that she is. I would have tried not to let her say all that. Like, we don't want the jury to be thinking there's a logical explanation to your logical thinking. Like, that's what you're thinking as a defense attorney. And I think he gave her a lot of time to just explain stuff. So let's see. Do the update. She says she hasn't lied to anyone at all about sexual assault. Defense attorney Brian Steele suggested 3 times during his cross of Mia, the former assistant of Sean Diddy Combs, that she made up the assault allegations against the music mogul. Mr. Combs never had unwanted, unconsensual, forcible sexual contact with you. Isn't that true? She said, quote, what I said in the courtroom is true. I have not lied to anyone at all, Mia replied. Let me see if there's anything over here. So looks like the scrapbook was passed around. Hold on. Okay. The scrapbook was passed around, and it says, Steele said or asked, Mia, let me ask you, how did you make this scrapbook? She said, I researched and reached out for archives. He said, archives in the library? She said, in his company. He said, but you did all the work? She said, I did. So I want to see this dang on scrapbook. Who is on here describing the scrapbook on YouTube? That's in the court. Well, dang, they can't have a phone in there. I'm like, who has a... Ask her why she didn't tell Cassie. I don't know. Thank you, Dad Pod. I appreciate that. Yes or no questions, only during cross. Hold on, let me check this voicemail. You know, when you get calls on your business line from New York, I'm like, shoot, I am talking about New York right now. Let me make sure. Okay, let's see. Let's see if CNN got something to say. They ain't got no updates either. Let me see. Nope, that's it. Shoot, they should be leaving now. Shoot, it's a 3:16. It's who, J-Lo? On the stand? Mm-mm. That part you talking about on the stand right now? Mm-mm. You know J-Lo ain't work for Diddy. Dev has entered the chat. Talking about his baby. That's his little mini me. I was just a surrogate. All right, y'all. And they moving so slow. Y'all want to see? Let's play when Ryan, Leslie, and Diddy. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. What the scrapbook? What is in this scrapbook? Did you see it? Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm about to put you on my thing so that you could tell the people because we've been trying to figure out this scrapbook. Okay. All right. All right. Explain the scrapbook, Dennis.
Okay, so first and foremost, I'm reporting live outside the federal courthouse. As you know, I just walked out the courtroom. So the last piece of evidence, which is Exhibit 1700R for redacted, is a scrapbook that she gave Puffy for his birthday, and she wrote him a beautiful, very sweet note to him. And this was after all the claims she made about sexual assault. She said that when Brian asked her why didn't she just give him a gift, she said, well, basically, what can you get a guy who has everything? Well, these words are coming back to bite her. In addition to all the various posts that were made on Instagram dating back. So there's a digital footprint of her always praising him. There's no digital footprint of her saying anything derogatory, negative about Puff, nor is there any evidence that she has, that the defense has asked her that shows that she actually told anybody. She never told anyone anything of the claims she made to the prosecutors yesterday. I'm sorry, someone's calling me. I'm sorry.
All right, thank you. Then we was just trying to. We like, what's in this scrapbook?
No. She gave him more than one scrapbook.
Oh, it's more than one.
It's more than one scrapbook. They just show 17R. I think this witness is going to be on the stand until Monday because Brian is just, he just starting to cook in the kitchen.
So what type of stuff is in the scrapbook? Just like you said, like just they went through his history, his bad boy history, his come up.
So
Okay.
It was magazine clippings of all the things they've done over the course of time. And she wrote, a beautiful note in the front of the cover. And then in the big bold letters, let me just give you the exact word on the book. Hold on. Oh, I had to pull my notes out because I just walked out. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. A second, Pam.
Dennis, they told you don't be extra. That's what they said in the chat. They said, tell Dennis don't be all extra.
Tell her I said, hit the damn cat. Okay, nice. Okay, hold on, guys.
No, I ain't gonna let nobody talk behind your back.
Okay, so she gave Puff a handwritten binder for his 45th birthday. Puff Daddy, you started a moment. How did he find? Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm just reading some notes after what you said. She gave him a scrapbook in the scrapbook in big red lettering. Happy birthday, Puff Daddy. That's what's on the title of the scrapbook, and everything's in handwritten. So she used a red marker to write the top description, and then she wrote a nice, probably five sentence message to him. And hopefully we can pull that today. I'm gonna try to pull that so you can see it today. If they release the evidence today, I'm gonna try to pull it to you.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting to see. So, how do you think she is as a witness? Like yesterday, everybody was saying how great she was.
I think she's a very bad witness for the government right now because she can't explain all the niceties that she's left on a social media post over the course of time. And all like 90% of the pictures that she posted is her next to Puffy.
Well, she's trying to explain her trauma brain versus her normal brain. She was given some type of explanation as to her therapist, and she was deferring everything.
Yeah, she was doing that a few minutes ago, but it was one juror in particular, an African American woman, who was nodding her head like in dismay, like she couldn't believe what she was saying on the stand. I mean, when do you think they were bringing the expert in to talk about what she's claiming that her reasoning is? But we'll see. This case is by far over.
Yeah, but they saying they only got a couple of weeks. Like at the beginning, from what I saw in the tweet, it sounds like the government is knocking folk off the list like dominoes. And they said that they're going to be wrapping up in the next 2 weeks, the next week and a half. And now Diddy's team is saying, "Oh, we about to add us another week."
How about that?
We were like, what? How y'all flipping the script? And Trump, but all done said he would think about pardoning him. So I don't know.
He said what?
He all but said he's thinking about pardoning him.
He said that already?
If somebody asked him about it, and he was like, nobody's come to him about it, but he'll look at the facts, and if he feel like he being treated unfairly, he don't have a problem with it. But he also mentioned he know that Diddy wasn't really. He said they haven't seen each other in years, but they were decent until he ran for president. Like a lot of people when they didn't like Trump and they was talking against him. So yeah, he did that in the press conference.
Nice.
Yep, I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you on Instagram. Thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate it, Dennis. You go out there. We appreciate your journalistic ethics, and we appreciate you out here. I seen you at 5 a.m. You're not playing games with them. 4:40. Okay, I'm sorry. Don't want to misrepresent your dedication, especially by 20 minutes. I mean, my God, today.
No, that 20 minutes is a lot. It was dark in terms of light.
Yeah. Right. That is like sunset. All right. I'm about to get back on the live. I'll talk to you later, Dennis. Thank you. All right. Bye-bye. All right. That part. You said it was on CNN. What was on CNN, hun? You talking about Trump? Because we did do the video on here with Trump and all of that. Let's see. Why is it like literally a 13-minute difference from when we think, Dennis? We do. Okay. So the only next tweet that we have still said, did you make Mr. Combs a birthday video? So that's the discussion I meant to ask Dennis about that. So that was a discussion off camera. For those of you that don't know, allegedly People were sending videos when they found out who she was. Like, people knew who she was. And so they actually sent videos of her at Diddy's party last night, according to the defense. And so they were trying to enter it in as an exhibit, saying it's only 8 seconds. The government was like, this is a last minute situation. And the judge basically ruled that it was cumulative and they don't have good cause to show why they would be presenting evidence that they never told the other side about late. So Mia said, I put one together. I asked people if they wanted to send in a video. Steele said, I want to ask you about last 4 digits, starts reading them out. Objection. Yeah, still sound like he cooking with grease right now. You watched the birthday video on YouTube. You talking about with this young lady? Send it to me. Send it to me so I can see if we got the same. Well, I know I've seen a few things with this lady that people have sent me, but Andrew said, that's my point. I went to my crazy ex's mother's funeral and gave him a hug. I rationalized it by saying she loved me, but really I remember every time he was stressed, he lashed out at me. You know, I know a lot of people that go to their ex's families, like funerals. Like my mom, my parents been divorced for a long time, and they both been remarried for a number of years, like decades. Okay. Even though they were married for a long length of time. So when my grandfather died on my mom's side, she went to the funeral as well. But I think it was more so because she was with my dad when she was like 16, like from 16 till she divorced him or whatever, maybe in the 30s. And so because of that, that was her family. And so regardless to whatever they may have had going on, I think she kind of felt like, I'm going to be there and support. Now, she didn't go to everybody's funerals. Like, as people was dying, brothers, sisters, and all. She didn't go to everybody's. But, like, yeah, my grandfather, she came to that one. I think maybe one of my uncles, because she said they had a close relationship, and they never mistreated her. Like, to this day, a lot of on my dad's side, a lot of my uncles and their kids still call my mom aunt. So her DX is PTSD delayed until she was safe. That's from Q. Thank you so much. Was the scrapbook a form of her therapy? Dang, that part. Stop caping for Dennis. Dang. I just asked him about the scrapbooks. What I do? Nah, I'm caping for people. Whew. I mean, I do. He had to come on here and tell me what the scrapbook was and what was happening. I appreciate it. Wayne says Steele is cooking. He is. He's cooking with grease. I can see supporting them in sickness, but to post about them all the time is interesting. That's what I'm saying. I could kind of see you not like moving away and not saying anything, but purposefully posting when nobody is telling you to. What type of, like, I guess maybe it's a trauma bond or something. I don't know. But like, you purposefully, you make the fervent gesture to say something nice about the person you're saying essayed you. That's still just going to come across a little weird. Like, are we just getting in line to get a couple of dollars like everybody else? I mean, it's just, I don't know. Bloggers inside the courtroom say Steele is cooking. That's from Judge Wood. I can tell by what they're saying. I don't know. I saw the B-Day webcam video. Did you send it to me, Ray Bishop? Huh? Dang, I'm like, what I do? Dang, that part. She said, I can't tell. She said, let me stop. I like dinners. I can't tell because you was like, Girl, why you? I'm trying to get the information so we could tie up some loose ends. I sure you was letting me have it. I said, okay. I just wasn't expecting it, sis. I was like, where'd that come from? Dang, when I do that part, that's bold. Treat me like that. This somebody talking about they was the only eyewitness that saw the fight between Gene Deal and Denai. I thought Denai came out and said it never happened. So she said there's been a lot of rumors about this, but since I was the only person that saw this, besides the woman who said she was Asian, I wanted to clear it up because it's getting out of hand. Even security wasn't looking. They thought I could handle it. Hold on. Okay, let me look at Ray being. I'm a mute this while I listen to this birthday wish. Look at Ray being detective. He like, I seen it. That's her, Ray. That's her. I wonder how she's coming across on the internet because this a whole Ray. Now, do you think I almost want to like, oh my God, I can't do it. Ray. Do you think that she's coming across like a totally different person? This is like when he was 44. You're saying this alleged incident happened at 40. So this is age 44. Well, he's turning 44. She talking about he's her friend. He's an inspiration. Oh God. I can't, Shauna. I can't. I would love to do it. I might do that, Joy. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I keep. They're like, she looks scared and she's timid and she really seems like she's scared of him. That's what they're saying. But this is a whole right. Is it just me or is this like the total opposite? I can totally see why they wanted to play this video because this just would make her look like this whole thing is a act. That's what it would look like. That it was just that all of this is just an act. Because something. This is like a 3-6. This is totally like the personality is just. And I heard she has somewhat of a deeper voice or whatever. So yeah, she sounds like she smoked a pack of Newports. I know that part. It's okay. You said send to the members. Okay, I'll do that so y'all can watch it. You doggone, because it's on YouTube. So you said it's not. Yeah, help me understand. I was like, yeah. You said it's giving pastor appreciation service remarks. You couldn't find it fast enough. She handed him the oil to cook. God bless the victim that falls in love with their prey. There had to be some previous abuse. That's from Jess here. Don't y'all know as soon as I made my comment, somebody called me about some doggone work. I didn't hear one word Pam said until now. Andrew, you missing out. We over here, being investigators and stuff. I can see sending nice messages to create an image that I had no harsh feelings toward him in the event that something accidentally on purpose happened to me. That's from Work in Progress. She thinks it was all a scheme that Todd set up. She was trying to protect herself to make sure that he knew we wasn't beefing so he wouldn't come for her. All right. All right. Y'all need to stop talking about y'all know who y'all talking about in this chat. Stop talking about him. Cause I just can't. So they asked, did you make Mr. Combs' birthday video? So of course she says, I put one together. I asked people if they wanted to send in a video. So then Steele said, I want to ask you about last 4 digits. The government objects. Then the judge said, just ask her if she recognizes her number. Mia said, I do. So then Steele said, let's read these messages. I'll be KK. Okay, here we got more messages. Mia said, my life is over. I might as well. And then still, as KK says, call me back or I'm calling your parents. Mia said, I'm so sorry. I'm with Laura Gomez. So then still, as KK says, I'm not going to say it. Effing tell you, you are. And then Mia said, the pain hurts so effing bad. So then still said, who is Laura Gomez? She said she was in HR at Combs Enterprise. Still said, you start, I'm going to unalive myself. My life is over. Yes. And then still said, you could have quit. She said, I didn't see it that way. He said, why? She said, there's a pretty long psychological. See, everything she says, there's a psychological explanation. I was around them 24 hours a day. This is all I knew. Why weren't you happy to be severed? Isn't this great? Not then. So basically, this is how she responded when she got fired. That she was going to unalive herself when she got fired. That's what Steele just pulled out. Oh, Jesus, exactly. Reading, not giving the feel of the room. The bloggers in the courtroom are shaking their heads at her. Just wait till they come out. Oh, I can't imagine what Armand and all them are going to say. Well, there's some that it don't matter. They still going to be like, Brian Steele was trying to do A, B, C, D, and E, and he didn't do anything. Those are the ones that don't matter. They want Diddy to go rot somewhere. But then you're going to get some, I think, for the most part, when you look at like Armand's, he'll he's very funny with his commentary, but when you look at it, he's pretty logical. I don't think he's just like, he'll say I'm leaning more towards Cassie and them because I just don't like Diddy. Like, he's honest, but he'll tell you like, nah, I don't know, the defense kind of was cooking today. So he will, but you get some of them that just are not reporting it in an unbiased fashion at all. So you'll never really know what's going on unless you get the transcript or whatever. That's a good question, Ms. Bay thing, if KK is going to testify. Very interesting. But fired because of the abuse, and she said, no, sorry, I didn't follow because no, I guess whenever she got fired, she didn't want to be fired. I don't know what the reasoning why, but when HR told her she was fired, she was upset about it. She called KK and was like, she's ready to off herself just because she got fired. How somebody trying to make you go away, even if they are abusive, and you like, no, please let me stay and keep getting kicked and sexually assaulted. That's why it's just hard to connect it with her. Prosecution would need to back me up with a subject matter expert. Well, the only experts they can have is what's already on the list. That's that. Unless they want to do a rebuttal witness, they can do a rebuttal expert too. Diddy's expert. You can do a rebuttal witness as well. Looks like she was in love with him. Something was happening. I don't even know. Racketeering broadly refers to engaging in a pattern of criminal activities for profit, often through organized groups or enterprise. Where's the profit? I think what a lot of people are doing, they're not really looking at the elements. And that's why I put it up so people will know RICO elements and then the conspiracy elements. Because you do have to have the enterprise and all of that, even with the conspiracy, racketeering, trafficking, prostitution. I think people just don't know what they have to prove. And so that's why I pulled up the jury instructions. And so just because they prove one of the elements, let's just assume for the racketeering, the jury believes every crime that they saying he committed. That's still just one element. You have to prove that it's an organization, that it's the enterprise. Like, it's things that you have to prove. So going to be very, very interesting. Well, really, you just have to prove the conspiracy part. It's a little less than the actual RICO, but it's very hard to explain, because in order to have a conspiracy racketeering, of course, they had to list what the actual racketeering would be. And then they charged them with the conspiracy. Racketeering is what count one is. So it's interesting. She definitely has psychological. And Ray Bishop said we need a RICO bingo card graphic for the list. I think it's it's probably some attorneys that don't really, it's a lot. And so I'm going to be honest, I avoided them. So I can't say I'm no certified expert, but I can say I've had to make sure I knew what it was, because it was a possibility that I was going to have to deal with a RICO or 2 or 3. Puff July 4th all white party. Am I missing something, Wayne? Thank you for the super chat. Am I missing something, Wayne? What do you mean? All right. So the neck Combs will still say, Your Honor, the judge said, we'll let the jury go for the weekend. Don't read anything about the case. Have your notifications turned off. Man, this generation so stuck to the phone. Are y'all serious? All rise for the jury. Mia, we'll see you Monday. Because they were trying to get it done by the end of Friday. I'm like, there's no way. How are you going to take yesterday and you're going to take all this morning and then say, well, we want to wrap it up by Friday? Who cares what you want? So then the government asked, what is the authenticity of this last exhibit? The defense said, we got it from the government. And then the government said, but it's in different format with unknown numbers. So the judge said, Mr. Seal suggested that the green boxes are Miss Coram, but there's an unknown person. And the defense said it's KK. So they're arguing over one of the exhibits with the text messages. You said, baby, I'm sure some of the jurors are in the replays. James Payday said, I think she may have wanted to be Mrs. Combs. I don't know. I'm no professional at this. I'm just saying. Now, when it comes to psychological stuff, and we might be going through this for nothing, because Agent Orange said he might be. Yeah, he said that. We played that on here. I'm going to play it again before we get off of here. Shout out to Ray for sending it to me, keeping me in the know. Okay. All right.
You mentioned once in 2012 that Diddy was a good friend of yours back then. He has since found himself in some very serious legal trouble.
Yeah, that's true.
Would you ever consider pardoning him?
Well, nobody's asked. You had to be the one to ask, Peter, but nobody's asked. But I know people are thinking about it. I know they're thinking about it. I think some people have been very close to asking. First of all, I'd look at what's happening, and I haven't been watching it too closely, although it's certainly getting a lot of coverage. I haven't seen him. I haven't spoken to him in years. He used to really like me a lot, but I think when I ran for politics, that relationship busted up. From what I read, I don't know. He didn't tell me that, but I'd read some little bit bit nasty statements in the paper all of a sudden. It's different. You become a much different person when you run for politics and you do what's right. I could do other things, and I'm sure he'd like me, and I'm sure other people would like me, but it wouldn't be as good for our country. As we said, our country's doing really well because of what we're doing. So it's not a popularity contest. So I don't know. I would certainly look at the facts. If I think somebody was mistreated, whether they like me or don't like me, it wouldn't have any impact on me.
He said he's fair. Just because Diddy act like he don't like him no more when he was doing that vote or die, he said it's cool. I'll still go ahead and I'll pardon him if he actually was a decent person and should be pardoned. I'm no respecter of person. You guys, so Kalanda said, can a pardon happen before a conviction? That's not ignorant. It's a very good question. So when technically, yes. And the reason why is you guys saying what Biden did before he left is all the people who had done things to Trump and they knew he would probably retaliate, or they assumed he would retaliate. They pardoned. When he pardoned his son, he also pardoned in future. He did now whether that is something that can be challenged, probably, but he did do future if there are any future charges from the federal standpoint that they're already pardoned. And he's done that to a few people that worked in his cabinet that they believe would probably get some type of retaliation because Trump, some of the charges people brought against Trump and all of that. So I guess in theory, it's been done by Biden. However, because people thought Trump was going to do that to himself before he left. People were like, Trump will probably just go ahead and could he do a prospective pardon? They were saying that. So I think it's a good constitutional question, very good for a bar exam. And it may be something that actually has to go to the Supreme Court for clarification. So has it been done? Yeah. Whether it hasn't been challenged as to the constitutionality of it. Thank you, Linda, for the replay. Pardon for a price, allegedly. It was a good question. All right, y'all. Thank you guys for hanging out with me for 4 hours. I gotta go. All right. I haven't even eaten. And I've been slurping on this since we've been on here. So you guys, thank you so much for all of the super chats and all of that good stuff and all the likes and the support for the channel. And we'll be back to do it all over again, probably on Monday. Tomorrow, I do have the Capricorn transcript. So I might go over that over the weekend. I'll figure out what we're going to do. Okay. But until then, I'm going to holler at you guys later.